The tale begins in Seoul, South Korea, in the modern era, where the city's fate rests on the shoulders of one man. The head of the Yungan Guild, Jang Shiwan, is brought to his knees amidst the smoldering chaos, sighing in exhaustion, with a crimson halo glowing above him. Our protagonist stares down the enemy of all humanity, Kang-woo, standing among the city's ashes. Kang-woo's face is a mask of horror as he whispers in disbelief. A woman in the crowd gasps, her hands flying to her mouth as she screams his name. Yungan Guild's Kang-woo. With chilling confidence, Kang-woo crosses his twin blades, declaring that finally, only the two of them remain. Shiwan forces himself up, his body trembling, and grits his teeth against the dark fog. He growls that because of this pointless massacre, the one orchestrated by humanity's greatest foe, everyone has suffered needlessly. With a look of pure fury, Shiwan's hand erupts in a blazing crimson aura as he roars. It's all because of a devil like you. Kang-woo just smirks, finding the accusation amusing. How funny, he scoffs. Do you truly see yourself as some kind of envoy for justice? A brutal grin spreads across Shiwan's face as an energy sphere forms in his palm. How dare you speak of justice? He clenches his fist, unleashing arcs of brilliant lightning. I fight for everyone you've trampled upon. If you're not a devil, then what are you? The watching crowd, their faces contorted with rage, roar their support for the protagonist. Shiwan's eyes burn with conviction. As long as they believe in me, he proclaims, I will never be defeated. Fueled by their cries, he thrusts his hand forward, a magic circle materializing before him, aimed straight at his foe. A devastating beam of energy erupts from the rune, tearing through the air. Kang-woo crosses his arms, his face etched with horror. Blinded by the overwhelming light, the people shield their eyes as a powerful shockwave engulfs the area. When the smoke clears, Shiwan stands over the kneeling enemy of mankind. Exhausted, blood streaming down his face, Kang-woo looks past him to the crowd, who are cheering with joyous relief. We always believed in you. Shiwan now. Kill that monster, they shout, clenching their fists. They chant his name, demanding blood. Kill him, kill him. Shiwan looks down with cold resolve. It seems no one wants you left alive. Purple rings of energy coil around his arm. With a furious glare, humanity's enemy places his hands on his trembling knees, bracing for the end. The protagonist unleashes the energy blast, shouting, This is your end, as Kang-woo is thrown back with immense force, spitting blood. He is sent scraping across the ground, tearing the very earth apart beneath him, a victorious smile on his face. Shiwan levitates into the sky, spreading his arms wide. My friends, he calls out. Our long preparations have finally borne fruit. He raises a hand, streams of crimson light bursting forth. Now, absolute freedom will descend upon this world. Tears of joy stream down the faces of the people below as they gaze at the radiant light, whispering, It's finally over! With a triumphant smile, the protagonist gestures, directing the crimson energy. The beam strikes the heavens, and violent lightning rains down, bathing everything in a blood-red glow. Then, from the sky above Shiwan, a colossal hand begins to emerge. The crowd's joy instantly turns to dread, but the protagonist simply looks up with a chilling, ominous grin. The people scream in terror, scrambling to escape the descending shadow. Shiwan clenches his fists in triumph. At last, he roars, the Demon King has descended now. We will have true peace. Beads of sweat roll down Kang-woo's face. He watches in horror, thinking, This isn't peace, it's absolute tyranny. The protagonist turns to him. Why are you still alive? He sneers. Open your eyes and witness the truth. With an evil glint in his eyes, Shiwan gestures to the chaos. Behold the real world, the one I have created. And just like that, the world was destroyed. Because this was all just a novel. The author thanks his readers for their support, for following the life of a villain who became a so-called savior. The reader's hopes had been utterly shattered. The hero, Shiwan, was revealed to be a servant of the Demon King, along with his comrades, the 13 Stars. They were the ultimate evil all along, but fiction is merely a reflection of reality. This novel was based on the author's own college days, a time when he witnessed the kind of power that hides school violence, revealing the true face of the world, a power that can easily swap the labels of good and evil. He tried to capture that reality in his story, but the readers did not approve. The comments were brutal. What is this trash ending? Writers with this kind of twisted syndrome should be banned. The author sighs, thinking there's nothing he can do. He clicks the small X on the browser window, closing the page, alone in a dark room, surrounded by the wreckage of his work. The author remembered their words. Why the open ending? One reader demanded. Another sneered, writing that this was the kind of guy who probably bragged about crossing his arms in real life. The author's jaw tightened as he covered his eyes. Then he recalled the worst comment of all, that he, the creator, was just another villain who had ruined their world. He gritted his teeth, a bitter taste in his mouth. Everything was wrong, and now there was no way to fix it. Sleep was his only escape. But as he drifted off, a chaotic noise filled his ears. Why was it so loud? The clang of weapons on stone echoed around him. He opened his eyes, not in his bed, but on the ground, a stone floor. A warden kicked a fallen worker, spitting a vile curse at him. "The eclipse showed you mercy," he roared. "How dare you?" The protagonist's mind reeled. Did he just say eclipse? The worker curled into a ball, shielding himself. The scene was painfully familiar, a mirror of his own past. He thought, is this wretch really invading my dreams now? Seething with rage, the warden hauled the worker up by his collar with one hand. "You worthless maggot," he screamed. "Get back to work, or this is the end for you." But as he prepared to strike, the warden's eyes darted sideways, locking onto the protagonist. In a flash, a terrifying face was inches from his own. A fist was raised. "Well, look what we have here." With veins bulging on his forehead, the warden's fist crashed into him. "Another useless freak," he bellowed. The protagonist collapsed. Why? Why does it hurt, he wondered. This is supposed to be a dream. Suddenly, a firm hand clamped down on the warden's arm. A calm voice cut through the air. "That's enough." The warden whipped his head around, fury twisting his face. This was no dream. It felt terrifyingly real. The warden spat on the ground, his eyes burning with hatred. "One day," he hissed, "I will kill you all." The worker stumbled over, placing a hand on his shoulder. With terror still in his eyes, he asked, Are you all right? Who is he talking to?" "Don't tell me." He looked down at his own hands, his sentence trailing off. This can't be happening. He scrambled towards a puddle of water, his hands hitting the ground as he stared. Instinctively, he pushed his blue mana into the earth. Powerful streams of energy erupted, swirling around his body. A single drop of sweat rolled down his face. He stared at his glowing hand. The ability to absorb mana at will. This was undoubtedly an innate, heightened sensitivity to mana. He clutched his head, his eyes wide with disbelief. He finally looked at his reflection in the water. Horror washed over him as he stared at the unfamiliar face. This means I've become Koo. A broken smile spread across his lips. Of all the characters, Koo. If he's still alive, that means there are only 5 years left until the end. If only he'd become Shiwan, the world's hero. But no, at this rate, the Demon King will appear, slaughtering everyone except for his loyal minions. If the protagonist doesn't change the ending, he's destined to die a miserable death. But there's good news. He knows exactly how to escape this hellhole. As he transmigrated, Q's past and experiences became his own. A system window materialized. His class assassin, his level 10, his skills, short-range jump, and teleportation. He scanned his own stats, still just as pathetic as he'd written them. He slumped against his knee, exhausted, clenching a blue stone in his hand. He cursed under his breath. This stamina is absolute garbage. Just because Koo was a villain, did he really have to give him such a crippling weakness to his own mana sensitivity? He drew a line in the dirt with the stone. There was only one way out of this. The worker hurried back to his side. "Koo, are you sure you're okay?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. The protagonist glanced over his shoulder. "I'm fine," he said calmly. "Don't worry about it." The worker crouched down. "Should I ask them to give you a break?" Koo just smiled grimly. "If they were the kind of people to give breaks," he said, "we wouldn't be in a place like this." This was a detention center run by the criminal organization, Eclipse. Here, novice hunters were forced to work like slaves. Their only job to mine mana stones? "Forget about me," Koo said, his gaze hardening. "Just focus on mining." The worker hesitated. "Are you thinking of escaping?" Koo closed his eyes, a weary sigh escaping his lips. "Forget it. Go before the guards come back for you. Don't do anything reckless." The worker managed a weak smile. "All right," he said, patting his own head. Koo's expression turned serious. He gripped the stone in his hand like a weapon. The plan had begun. Trying to warn him. This man's fate was merely a plot device, but he couldn't change the story for his own escape. Sometime later, deep within the mines, workers toiled amongst giant mana stones. Koo strained, pushing a heavy cart. Suddenly, A piercing scream shattered the silence. Whipping his head around in shock, a worker was on his knees, prostrating before the cruel overseer. He cried that while the guards were distracted by newcomers, some absolute fool tried to make a run for it. The overseer sneered. "Watch closely." He raised his weapon, its metallic glint promising death. "This is the price for defiance," he bellowed. In a swift and brutal motion, the overseer drove the weapon into the man's back. The protagonist watched, his eyes wide with horror as the overseer struck the crumpled body with sickening force. Koo swallowed hard, a lump forming in his throat. He clenched his fists, staring at the bloody mess and thinking, "Idiot." It was a warning to himself. Don't do anything stupid. He lowered his gaze, his expression grim. The warden, his eyes filled with menace, slung his weapon over his shoulder. He glared at Koo. "Thinking of going on a rampage like last time, there's no one to stop me now. I'd gladly put you down myself." But Koo replied coolly, "I don't care that he's dead." The warden looked at him, surprised. Koo turned away and stated, "More importantly, I need to use the toilet." The warden, his blade still dripping, was stunned. "What did you just say?" He addressed Koo with contempt, a malicious smile twisting his lips. "Are you that scared, you worthless maggot? Turning away." The warden grunted. "Follow me." The protagonist stared ahead, his expression like stone. They soon arrived at a corridor inside the building. The warden put a hand on his hip. "You have 1 minute." A wicked grin spread across his face. "Take even 1 second longer, and this place becomes your tomb." Koo peered into the restroom, where the corpses of other workers lay scattered. He stepped forward. "It has to be in here," he thought. Outside, the warden crossed his arms, counting down the seconds. Koo looked back at the door, his face unnervingly calm. "This is the spot." He quickly dragged his arm across the rough stone wall, tearing his skin. With a tense expression, the protagonist used his own blood to draw a line upon the filthy floor. The warden's voice echoed. 5, 4. Koo finished tracing a magic circle with his blood. He rose from his knees, staring down at the crimson sigil. "I know you're watching," he whispered. He knew this being relished in. Tragedy, trials, and despair. Instantly, the circle erupted in a brilliant blue light. The warden, waiting just outside, bellowed, "You have 10 seconds left. Finish your business and get out here." Koo stared into the blinding glow, his expression now brimming with confidence. He clenched his fists. "Aren't you curious?" he called out to the light. "How a worthless nobody like me managed to summon you?" The protagonist knew, if he'd followed the original story, this being would have appeared much later. But if he delayed even a single day more, the hope this world desperately needed would be lost forever. It would become an impossible dream. Koo looked at the pillar of light ascending into the sky with a look of awe on his face. This was his pitch, his one chance to convince this entity in response to his call, because Koo himself was now the very entertainment it craved. The protagonist stood beside the glowing magic circle, mana radiating from it in waves. A smile graced his lips. "The one who can use your power to its absolute limit." "Is me?" Koo lowered his head, a sinister smile forming. "I knew you'd come." The main constellation from the original novel, the being who had sponsored the original main character, Koo called out with absolute confidence. "Dimension robber," a voice echoed back, amused. "You are an impudent one," the dimension robber continued. "I shall lend you my power for a time. You've caught my interest. Now, prove your worth." A smirk played on the protagonist's lips as light enveloped him. He clenched his hand into a fist. "Just sit back and watch." A system window appeared, notifying him that the dimension robber constellation is a neutral entity. It possesses the special skills of plunder and evolution. All skills have been forcibly upgraded to their maximum F rank. The overseer, enraged by the delay, slammed the door open with tremendous force. "Who in the hell do you think you are?" Dark smoke billowed out from the restroom. As he stepped inside, the overseer's eyes widened in shock, noticing a dark silhouette within the haze. A system window flashed. First, all skills have reached their maximum level. Second, short-range blink has evolved to its peak. Koo's eyes glowed with a blue aura as he instantly blinked forward, launching an attack. Another system notice appeared. Teleportation has reached its maximum level. The warden instinctively raised his arm to defend, but struck nothing but smoke. He whipped his head around, beads of sweat on his face. The warden gasped in horror. He's gone. But the protagonist, lightning crackling in his eyes, appeared directly behind him. He pierced the warden's back with a sharpened stick, driving it deep with incredible force. The man turned, his face a mask of fury and pain. blood spilling from his lips as he roared. "What a monster!" the warden gurgled in agony as our hero viciously ripped the makeshift weapon out. Blood erupted from the gaping wound. The warden's lifeless body crumpled to the grimy floor as Ko clutched the bloody instrument in his hand. "Thank you," a voice whispered. Unfazed, the protagonist calmly wiped the blood from his face. "Because of you, my escape begins now." The dimension robber smirked. "You are interesting. Our contract is sealed." Kang-woo retrieved the fallen warden's sword. His mind echoed with a single thought: this is my vengeance. Gripping the hilt tightly, he secured the blade in his bag. A system window flashed to life, confirming the acquisition. Our hero declared, "From this moment forward, there's no turning back." Sometime later, Ko stood silently in a shadowy hall. The warden's corpse lay behind him. He held a canister, dousing the body in gasoline. Reaching into his pocket, he thought, "Step 1 of my escape plan? Secure a second-rank warden's uniform. Complete?" Kang-woo then tossed a lit lighter onto the body. Step 2. Create a diversion, a massive fire. And Step 3. Escape through the main gate during the chaos. Flames erupted, engulfing the building as workers scattered in panic. "The fire is at Building 18, someone screamed. Another yelled. "What kind of maniac would do this?" a guard shouted. "Someone call the fire department, now," before sprinting toward a vehicle. He leaped into the armored truck, barking orders. "Follow protocol. We're headed for the crematorium." Turning to the driver, he commanded, "Step on it." The driver nodded, flooring the accelerator. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror. "Is that a second-rank uniform? Are you the replacement for the supervisor?" Kang-woo, sitting calmly in the back, played along. "That's right. There was an escape from Building 18. The driver's head whipped around, shocked. "What are you talking about?" The protagonist's voice was sharp. "The escapee went over the northwest fence." "Why are we just sitting here?" The driver immediately gunned the engine. "Apologies, sir, we're on our way." Kang-woo's mind raced. The path he'd chosen to mention. The Northwest Trail led straight to Mount Changming. On the surface, it seemed like the perfect escape route, dark and confusing. No guards patrolled it, but it was all a deception. In truth, the path was littered with deadly traps, making it the most dangerous route of all. He was using the guards' own knowledge against them to secure his real escape. The protagonist crossed his arms, staring ahead. They will try to intercept him on his way out. But if they fail, they are to search Mount Chunging and bring back a corpse. A bead of sweat trickled down the driver's face. "Understood, sir," he stammered. They approached a checkpoint. A guard shouted the code word, "Warang." From inside the truck, the driver responded with the countersigned cigarettes. The gate guard waved them through. "All clear." Kang-woo's expression was grimly triumphant. Finally, he was getting past this wall. Sometime later, as they drove through a dense forest, the driver broke the silence. "You must be exhausted." Dealing with that mess back at the 18th building, the protagonist's fingers tightened on his blood-stained collar. "Indeed," he replied coldly. "It would be simpler to just kill all the disobedient prisoners." The driver laughed in agreement. "I agree that trash only calls themselves hunters. In reality, they're nothing but pathetic losers. Right? Trash, is that right?" Kang-woo thought, his eyes narrowing. The worker then turned to him with a serious gaze. "So, how long have you been assigned to the 18th building?" he asked. Kang-woo looked down. "I arrived the day before yesterday." The worker's eyes lit up. "Ah, so you're from the 9th block," Kang-woo agreed. The worker's voice turned to ice. "Funny, the 9th block didn't even exist until yesterday." The truck's headlights cut through the darkness. The dark forest was illuminated by the speeding vehicle. A smirk played on our main character's lips as he drew his new sword. "You're right," he said. "It was created to take out trash like you." He lunged forward. The truck screeched to a halt, tires smoking. Kang-woo slid back just as the first guard burst through the window in a shower of glass, while the driver summoned a blazing sphere of mana. "You bastard!" he roared. Our hero leaped away as a torrent of fire erupted, barely escaping the blast. He glanced at the scorched interior of the truck. The driver, now filled with terror, raised his hand again. Another fireball materialized. "How dare you trick us!" A massive pillar of fire blasted straight upwards. It tore through the truck's roof, spiraling into the night sky. The driver grinned maniacally. He clenched his fist, sneering at the sky. "Just what kind of garbage are you?" He then turned his gaze, locking eyes with Kang-woo. The driver's eyes widened in terror. In the rearview mirror, Koo had vanished in an instant. Glass shattered. A blade erupted from the man's throat, its bloody tip glinting with a deadly light. The sword punched clean through the window. With a cold expression, Koo withdrew his weapon, and the driver collapsed. He hit the ground, choking. But the effort took its toll. Sweat poured down our hero's face as a sharp pain pierced his skull. Clutching his head, he let out a pained grin. He'd definitely pushed his mana to the absolute limit. Just then, another car sped towards him. His eyes widened in shock, but our protagonist simply smirked. A patrol car? What are they doing here? This was completely unexpected. There weren't supposed to be any left. Without hesitation, Koo leaped from the armored car into the wreckage below, fists clenched with determination. He slid down the mound of earth. As he descended, a new voice echoed from the shadows. Impressive, the hunter sneered. To think he could kill 2 guards and actually escape. He casually slung his weapon over his shoulder. A mocking smile played on his lips. Not bad for some low-ranking trash. Koo's eyes narrowed, his gaze locking onto the man. He saw it instantly, a red mark floating above the hunter's head. This man had a contract with a constellation. What kind of power did he possess? A system window appeared, revealing the details. He had a neutral constellation skilled connector, and its ability was to track mana. Our protagonist calmly placed a hand on the ground, channeling his own. So that was it. The reason the hunter found him so easily. A smirk formed on Koo's face. This works out perfectly. The hunter looked baffled. What are you rambling about? But our hero was already analyzing his opponent's weakness, that red mark. It revealed the true nature of the constellation he had a contract with, a dimension robber. It possessed special looting skills and advanced training. And by killing another hunter, he could steal their contracted constellation. The system confirmed it. Target is available for robbery. Koo smiled. Leaning a hand on the ground, he realized this was the perfect chance to test out his constellation loot skill. But there was a problem. Anyone with a constellation is at least level 100. Our protagonist needed to avoid a direct confrontation. The plan was simple: lure him in and set a trap. The hunter, however, simply sneered. You really are just low-ranking trash, he said, raising a hand. You'll have to hide better than that. Activating his constellation's power, he declared, Nothing escapes my sight. He stalked through the dark forest, searching. Where are you hiding? He taunted. Suddenly, he sensed a flicker of the protagonist's mana near a large tree. A cruel smile spread across his face. There you are. With a furious roar, he hurled his weapon with incredible force. The impact was immense, felling trees in a cloud of dust and splinters. But as the smoke cleared, his eyes widened in shock. He was gone. Where is he? He roared. In that instant, a cold blade appeared at his throat. It was Koo. Imagine that. A melee fighter, tossing his only weapon away. His voice was cold. You made one fatal mistake. You underestimated me. With a terrifying glint in his eyes, Koo swung his blade, slicing clean through the hunter's neck. A system window appeared. Target eliminated. Contract with skilled connector has been acquired. The skilled connector is now under the control of the dimension robber. The contract cannot be terminated. All skills of the skilled connector are transferred to Koo. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin, studying the system window displaying his new characteristics. Our protagonist tapped the screen, and instantly, his night vision skill was boosted to its maximum level. Success, he murmured, his face etched with exhaustion. He used the ability at once. The area was clear, no more pursuers. But the victory came at a heavy price. Sweat poured down his face as he suddenly covered his mouth. He collapsed to his knees, driving his sword into the earth for support as a violent cough racked his body. He stared at his blood-stained palm. Had he gone too far to hide his trail from the hunter? He'd suppressed his mana sensitivity and hidden a trap. He'd poured all his remaining mana into a single stone. If left alone, the resulting explosion would have drained all the surrounding mana. So he had to suppress his own presence and throw the stone as a decoy. The gambit worked, luring the hunter to his doom. But to close the distance for the final blow, he had to use jump. That was what brought him to this weakened state. If he overexerted himself anymore, he would simply die. He needed to find a safe place. Staggering through the wreckage, his eyes caught something. There it is! It was a truck. The kind used for transporting sand that refines mana stones. Without a second thought, he leaped from the edge of the cliff. He landed softly in the back, raising a small cloud of dust. He sank into the sand, exhausted, and looked up at the sky. He put a hand on his head. During this escape, he'd already killed 3 guards. This was not how the original novel went. He wouldn't dare alter the original story. Not until he became strong enough. For now, He had to use his future knowledge. Given his fragile position in this world, the timeline had to remain unchanged. A truck sped down a winding mountain road. A smile graced Kang-woo's face. He leaned against the truck's wall, letting out a sound of pure relief. He was simply enjoying the sunrise from the truck bed, remarking on its stunning beauty. After a while, Kang Dong spoke up. He suggested they could just find some low-ranking rookies to mine the monostones. There was nothing to worry about. They could simply return to their work. His assistant agreed. Don, a cigarette dangling from his lips, sneered. He called their target a smart guy, thinking he could catch them off guard and just walk out the main gate. Meanwhile, Kang-woo looked utterly spent. Breathing heavily, he felt like death was imminent. The overuse of mana had drained him completely, and his stamina was barely recovering. With blood-soaked gloves, the main character frantically pressed a series of buttons. Don simply put his hands in his pockets. Staring out the window, he mused. Could a mere level 10 assassin, whose presence couldn't even be detected, kill a level 45 guard and a level 55 with a constellation? Just then, Kang-woo's phone rang. He picked it up and confirmed his identity. Hano-yan's voice came through. She called him by his status. He told her he was right in front of Taejin Station, then hesitated. He had to ask her for a favor. A grin spread across Don's face. Interesting, he whispered. This was shaping up to be a very entertaining hunt. A short time later, our protagonist found himself thanking So-yoon. She had helped him without question, even though he'd appeared from nowhere. As she bandaged his hand, she asked what on earth happened to him. Was he really in a military zone? Kang-woo admitted the truth. He'd been kidnapped by Eclipse. So-yoon sighed, her voice trembling as she asked what he meant. Was he forced to mine monostones? A worried look crossed her face. She knew those monsters were infamous for kidnapping hunters. The protagonist explained the grim reality. It takes mana to get mana. That's why weak, low-ranking hunters like him were always easy prey for stronger ones. With a grim expression, Kang-woo recalled why he trusted So-yoon enough to call her. Even after everything, she still loved him. When they broke up, she was just a freshly awakened rookie. But now, she was level 150. She even had a contract with a constellation. If she'd been with him back then, she would have ended up in the Chongyang Detention Center right alongside him. Pushing himself up from the floor, the protagonist stood and sincerely thanked her for her care. But he warned her that nothing good could come from being seen with him. Eclipse could track her down. Track. So-yoon placed her hands on his shoulders, her gaze firm. I'm level 150 now, she stated. It wouldn't be easy for any ordinary hunter to harm her. She told him not to worry, but Kang-woo just smiled sadly. He turned away, telling her to use that incredible power for herself. So-yoon explained she'd packed plenty of cash and a burner phone. It was virtually untraceable. The protagonist then asked if her guild still operated in the gray area. He already knew the answer. He recalled the original novel. It was true. Then and now, that guild was the perfect fit for her. So-yoon's expression turned melancholic. She clutched her chest, asking if he was thinking of joining them again, just like the old days. Before she could finish, the protagonist stopped her. He turned to face her, raising a hand. There's no need to cling to the past, he said gently. Tears welled up in So-yoon's eyes, forcing a smile. She let the tears fall, admitting he was right. She knew it too. She had already fulfilled his request. She had a friend, a leader, and all the details were on the phone. With another pained smile, she put her hands on her heart and told him to take care. Kang-woo looked back at her with a faint grin. He thanked her, hoping everything would be fine for her as well. Sometime later, our protagonist was in another vehicle. He asked the driver to stop at Taejin Station. The driver smiled, asking if it was okay to turn on the radio. Kang-woo rested his arm on the door and gazed out the window. Agreeing, a news report began to play. The top story. The Yungen Guild had completely annihilated the White Rose mercenary group. The protagonist's mind raced back to the novel, Judgment Day. It had arrived so quickly, so silently. In another car, a man surrounded by a dark aura felt a chill. He remarked how strange the day was. The streets were completely empty, even for a weekend. He turned to the girl driving and asked if she felt it too. Suddenly, the dark aura pulsed, stripping the skin from her face. All that remained was a gleaming skull. What was that? The man screamed in horror as the skeleton turned its head towards him. A skeletal hand raised a scythe to the terrified man's neck. Elsewhere, skeletal figures stood atop a building. Looking down as explosions rocked Gangnam, Seoul, a news reporter clutched her microphone, her voice shaking. She reported that the sky itself was turning a sickly purple. Reports were flooding in from the region, when a massive green monster snatched her mid-sentence and charged forward. The broadcast cut out, leaving only the image of countless monsters, dungeons shrouded in an eerie veil, and a city descending into chaos. In this world, those who awaken power are called hunters. This cataclysm led many to believe that the day of judgment had finally arrived. But the hunters, once saviors, began to prey on the weak, first in the name of a god, then for their own twisted pleasure. However, just as humanity teetered on the brink, a hero appeared to save the world Shiwan. He established himself in Seoul, the safest city, where he gathered protectors and healers. Kang-woo snapped out of his memories, a bitter smile on his face. So this is why everyone desperately wants to get into Seoul, he mused. He knew the truth. The White Rose group was hunted down by Shiwan himself, accused of organizing the terror attack at Exit 11 of Gangnam Station. But the White Rose was no terrorist organization. They were framed. It was all Shiwan's grand design. If Kang-woo dared to expose him, to reveal the truth, he would instantly make an enemy of the world's savior. The outcome of that battle was painfully obvious. The protagonist stared at his phone. And that's why I need the mercenaries. Any other guild was under Shiwan's thumb, but this one was different. "Sir, we've arrived," the driver announced. Kang-woo gazed forward, his expression hardening. For him, the best path was to become a mercenary, taking missions directly from the group and no one else. Lee Yaren stood waiting, a folder clutched in her hands. "I heard about you from Seon," she greeted him. With a professional smile, she extended a hand. "My name is Lee Yaren." As he reached to shake it, Kang-woo thought, "I can't reveal everything just yet." "I'm Jin-woo," the protagonist lied smoothly. Yaren's smile didn't falter as she shook his hand. "A pleasure to meet you." She gestured towards her folder with a thoughtful look. "I have an excellent information gathering job right here." But the protagonist, with an unyielding gaze, cut her short. "I refuse. I need something with a real reward. Give me a high difficulty mission from the start." Yaren looked bewildered. "What are you talking about? I was clearly told you're only level 10. Kang-woo confirmed it was true. A moment of silence. And then Yaren covered her mouth, erupting in laughter. Wiping a tear from her eye, she chuckled. "That's hilarious. They say there's a fine line between courage and recklessness." But as her eyes glowed with a green aura, her expression froze. An immense pressure of mana filled the room. The constellation whispered in his mind. "Shall I dispose of the body for you?" A wicked grin spread across Kang-woo's face. Doesn't being a mercenary mean that skill matters more than level? Just moments before, the protagonist had marveled at the strangeness of meeting a character he himself had created. A system window informed him she possessed a neutral constellation, the Chaos Observer, with the power to distort and block vision. Yaren was an A-class mage and buffer, a rare talent who had forged a pact with a powerful being. She was a character the protagonist had designed specifically to counter the legendary 13 stars. "First, I need to earn her trust," he resolved. Clenching his fists with a confident smile, he repeated, "Doesn't being a mercenary mean skills trump levels?" Yaren closed her eyes. "Jin-woo, fiction and reality are two very different things." He turned his back to her. "So are people's prejudices." She adjusted her glasses, a smirk playing on her lips. "I agree. In that case, I'll test those skills myself." Now, they faced each other as wind currents swirled around them. A circle of pure mana materialized in her palm. "There's just one thing I need to confirm," she said. Yaren spread her arms wide, mana enveloping her in a brilliant light. "Try to dodge this skill if you can." The protagonist's expression remained calm. "So, you want to test my self-preservation abilities?" She nodded. "If you can evade this, it proves you might have what it takes to find an opening in a real fight." Kang-woo shielded his eyes from the blinding light, his mind racing. "She's creating puppets from the fog, a technique for tracking anyone, even across vast distances. The skill is called Fog Tracker." Lowering his hand, his face was a mask of concentration. "It's not an offensive art, so a direct hit won't kill me. But if I don't dodge, I'll be marked, and this test is over." The protagonist raised his fist, his voice ringing with challenge. "Let's begin." Yaren smiled, raising her hand high. "As you wish." The Fog Tracker, a blur of green energy, shot towards him like a homing missile. Kang-woo dropped into a low stance, ready to move. He shot a quick, knowing glance at the watchful constellation. In a flash, a massive torrent of mana slammed into the spot where he'd been standing. Yaren watched the dust and smoke clear. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she whipped around. "Impossible!" she cried out. Kang-woo was already sprinting vertically up the side of the building across from her. How can he do that? She thought, stunned. At his level, even a 1-meter jump should be difficult. He's using basic assassin skills with absolute mastery. A short distance jump, huh? She mused, a knowing smile on her lips. He's not just showing off. Then, Aaron, with a confident smirk, pointed two fingers. Her constellation flared to life. "Let's see you dodge this," she challenged. Blazing streams of mana shot toward him. The Chaos Observer surged forward, her hand outstretched towards Kang-woo, who was descending. But our protagonist simply tilted his head and smiled. With blinding speed, he spun just as the mana beam arrived. Erin stared at the massive explosion overhead, shielding her face from the blast. A gasp escaped her lips. He dodged it again, she thought, her eyes wide with disbelief. And that skill he just used? Was that truly teleportation? Kang-woo, having used his skill, appeared instantly behind her, his cold blade pressed against her throat. With a grave expression, he looked at her. "Shall we end the test here?" But she simply leaped back from his sword, a smile gracing her face. A single bead of sweat trickled down Kang-woo's face. "Faster than I expected," he admitted to himself. As expected of a mercenary commander? Jaren raised a hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Have you received formal training before?" she asked. His expression remained stern. "No." The commander nonchalantly flicked his blade aside with two fingers. "A level 10? Hunter shouldn't be capable of moves like that." Kang-woo, surprised, asked, "So, does that mean I passed?" Jaren smiled, gazing up at the sky. "I think we can start you off with level 50 quests," our protagonist sheathed his sword and glanced away. "Good." Sometime later, a car sped through a city of pale buildings. Inside, the commander smiled, covering her mouth with her fist. "Interested in a bulletproof window?" she asked. "Lately, a certain irritating shooter has been tailing me." Kang-woo leaned on his hand, looking out the window. "A shooter, really?" Jaren rested her cheek on her hand, a gleam in her eye. "Let's just say I attract a lot of attention from the freaks at Eclipse." "A territory war?" he calmly deduced. The commander glanced at a document. "This is a contract to track down a bandit." "Jaren is the client," she explained. "And this job will be quite beneficial for you." The Chaos Observer flew up to him, blushing, a quest form in her hands. The document read, "Dispatch Kim Makan, a level 50 mage, to the abandoned ruins open dungeon in Janggu. Mission extract the rank 3 item." Bastard's boots! Kang-woo clenched the paper, his expression hardening. "Do I have to bring him back alive?" With a cool smile, Jaren adjusted the glasses on her head. "You can kill him. Macon is responsible for too many civilian deaths. Execute him on sight. The Hunter National Security Agency would appreciate it." A slight smile touched Kang-woo's lips. "I'll get started right away." Soon after, he was navigating the abandoned ruins dungeon. Kang-woo recalled the mercenary commander's warning. "He's likely hiding deep inside, so it won't be easy." "It's a massive place." But a grin spread across our protagonist's face. "Not a bad place for my debut." This was the very place Kang-woo used as a hideout in the original story. He knew it like the back of his hand. And better yet, it was home to some very useful mid-level bosses. He scanned his surroundings, weapon at the ready, then turned his head. "There you are." Kang-woo sliced his own finger, letting blood drip to the ground. A crimson-eyed rabbit took notice. The scent of fresh blood filled the air, with furious glares and sharpened claws. A horde of rabbits charged him. He calmly teleported, evading the first attacker's lunge. With a flash of his blade and a short-range jump, he sliced the rabbit clean in two. Kang-woo repeated this deadly dance again and again, using his skill with blinding speed to cut down the last of the horde. He stood calmly, his blade dripping with blood. Jaren's words echoed in his mind. "Just get the item for the client. Beyond that, do as you please." Then, the commander had asked what he wanted as a reward. His answer was simple. A license to clear dungeons with numerous final bosses and mid-level bosses. He looked up as Ventus appeared, a smile on his face. "And speak of the devil, a useful mid-level boss." Kang-woo's smile widened. "Glad to meet you." A system window popped up. Target eligible for plunder. A red aura flared from Ventus's eyes. "I'll kill you," he roared. Kang-woo just grinned. "Enough talk. Let's begin." A powerful stream of red mana slammed into Ventus's body. He shot forward in an instant, swords drawn. Ventus blurred, appearing before Kang-woo in a flash. Several clones, glowing with a red aura, leaped forward. The real Ventus launched himself from the ground, raising his weapon high for a devastating strike, cloaked in crimson mana. He brought his sword down with immense force, but our protagonist teleported, instantly escaping the blow's path. A blue aura flickered in Kang-woo's eyes. He struck as if that was his main attack, he thought. But the real assault comes from this side. With his blade drawn, the protagonist lunged towards the second Ventus, closing the distance in a flash. He used a short-range burst, plunging his sword into the monster's core, wrapped in a crimson aura. Ventus shrieked and swung its sword upwards, But Koo was already gone, teleporting directly behind it. He mused that for a mid-level boss, its close quarters combat was surprisingly clumsy. Koo brought his weapon down with immense force, shattering the beast's legs and forcing it to its knees. He raised his hand, a new weapon materializing. A system window flashed. A weapon had been equipped. Koo lifted his new blade, its point gleaming. He aimed it straight at the Ventus's neck, and with a final, powerful thrust, drove the sword deep into its flesh. The red aura in its eyes blazed with pain as it reared its head back. With a sharp turn, a blue beam of mana erupted from Koo's blade. The monster's body dissolved into countless particles of light. A system window appeared. He had acquired the illusion skill. A satisfied smirk spread across Koo's face as he gazed at the notification. He turned his head and clenched his fist. Just then, he noticed a bright light in the window of a nearby building. At the same time, another man stared at a glowing green leaf and exclaimed, "That's Solasium." He pointed forward with a grin. "Hey, Joe Yanji, a third-rank Ozen hunter like you sees this, right? It's incredibly hard to find, isn't it?" Yanji thought with a grim expression. Who would have guessed? He would kill a Ventus by perfectly striking its weak spot. The huntress turned to her boss with a smile, saying, "I've seen that guy before, at the shop." She recalled Koo telling the clerk he needed Cyrus brisket, cobalt blood, and a monster sleeping potion. Returning from her memory, the huntress stated, "It looks like he was planning on farming this dungeon." The man stared out the window, a look of confusion on his face. "This guy, he moves like a professional. He has the aura of a skilled killer. I've never seen him around here before." The boss considered this. He was not the kind of hunter who should be wasting his time in a low-level dungeon. The huntress looked at him with a mischievous smirk. "Sir," she said, "he's still no match for you." She raised a clenched fist. "Should we bring him in?" The huntress was certain that Yanji could easily force him to his knees, but the boss held up a hand. "No, that won't be necessary," he said with a cruel smile. "It would be much easier to let him do all the work. And then simply take everything from him." The huntress's own smile widened as she looked back out the window. "As expected of you, sir." "So we'll just wait until Koo gets tired, and then we'll follow him." A system window appeared before Koo. He had reached level 16. The next basic skill would unlock at level 20. Koo touched the system window, contemplating. "I'll put all the points into stamina." As long as he could control his innate mana sensitivity, he didn't need to waste points elsewhere. So, the main character decided to pour everything into his stamina. Koo sighed heavily, clutching the Solasium in his hand. He whispered, "Finally, I feel a little alive again." Solasium provided a calming, pain-numbing effect. It was an excellent tool for suppressing mana sensitivity, but since it grew naturally, it was extremely difficult to find in a normal dungeon, making it nearly impossible to mass-produce. There was only one person in the entire country who knew how to cultivate it, and that person was at the epicenter of all the recent events. Koo's expression hardened. That place was once called the Demilitarized Zone, and it's a long way from here. He knew he had to prepare as quickly as possible and head there. If his mana sensitivity flared up in the middle of a fight, it meant instant death on the spot. The protagonist put a hand to his head, the pressure mounting as he walked down the empty dungeon street. After some time, a car sped down another road. Jaren gripped the steering wheel, her eyes wary. "Just a year ago," she muttered. "The signal quality here wasn't this bad. But over time, it's gotten much worse." A voice from the car's phone replied. "They're trying to interfere. There's nothing we can do. Besides, you must be under the influence of Eclipse or Black Lion. It's only going to get worse." Jaren's expression turned serious. "That's possible," she said. The voice on the phone continued. "It sounds like you've had a hard time. Ever since you got involved with the guys from Eclipse." She glanced in the mirror. Everything is fine, Jaren had gotten used to constantly looking over her shoulder a long time ago. She accelerated and asked, "Do you have a hunter you can recommend to me?" The car slammed into a pile of debris, swerving sharply. The voice on the phone replied, "I've been short on staff lately." Jaren smiled, gripping the wheel as she drove forward at high speed. The car leaned hard as she fought to make a turn. The voice said, "That's exactly why I needed to contact you," Jaren replied with a wry smile. "I don't even know if I can recommend a hunter you'd actually like." He held his phone, a smile on his face. Jaren asked again, "Is there any hunter you'd approve of?" She already knew the answer. They would all be rejected. Meanwhile, Shiwan stared down at the resumes in his hand and said, he'd slightly altered his standards. Meanwhile, Jaren, her expression serious, pressed the issue. She recalled him saying he wanted to nurture a low-level talent. She mentioned having someone specific in mind. Shiwan glanced away with a Faint smile, asking if it was true. Jaren conceded, saying the candidate still needed more time. She didn't want to rush to judgment. He gazed at the photo on the resume, then met Jaren's eyes. Your instincts are never wrong. He lamented that they'd lost such a talent due to an accident. The commander sighed, a soft smile on her face. That's all in the past now, she said. Don't dwell on it. Jaren promised to keep an eye on him, then asked if he had anything useful for her. Shiwan revealed he had inside intel on a few criminal organizations. He promised to email the details over later. Jaren's phone lit up, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she thanked him warmly. Shiwan, cheeks slightly flushed, brushed it off as nothing special. He could share that kind of information anytime he wanted. Then he turned to her, stating their guild desperately needed more talent. He urged her to send him anyone truly worthy. The man, mana swirling around his covered mouth, shot him a quick look. With a terrifying glint in his eye, he spoke into the phone, promising to handle everything perfectly. Jaren let out a heavy sigh. Good. But she couldn't fathom why expectations were so high for someone on their very first mission. At that exact moment, Kang-woo, with a fearsome look, lunged forward. His blade slammed into the body of the mid-level boss, Abira, with crushing force. She stared down at the sword buried in her torso, coughing violently. The main character vaulted backward with incredible speed, landing gracefully. Abira, her face twisted in rage, raised a clawed hand to strike him down. Kang-ho watched the attack descend upon him with cold focus. He activated his skill snatch. Kneeling on one knee, he aimed the skill at her hand, but it passed right through, striking a nearby rock instead. Abira stared, utterly bewildered. She raised her hand again as the targeted stone began to vanish. The protagonist, using his illusion skill, dashed aside. He knew his capture skill had one major weakness, and he was about to exploit it. A cruel smile spread across Abira's face as she lifted the rock, now pulsing with a red aura, and hurled it forward. The mana-infused boulder shot towards Kang-ho. With intense focus, he slid low, stretching out his hand as he flew across the ground. The stone crashed behind him, shattering into a cloud of dust and debris. Kang-ho's hand, Iti, which had been under the illusionary stone, glowed blue and faded away. Abira's face was a mask of pure shock. Then, wreathed in mana, the protagonist teleported directly behind her. He drew his sword and plunged it deep. Into her back, Abira, a crimson aura flaring in her eyes, looked up, muttering something in her native tongue. Kang-ho ripped the blade free in a spray of blood. A system window flashed, and a mid-level boss has been defeated. Your level has increased. With a calm expression, he glanced away, thinking he needed to invest more stats into endurance. Another window appeared over Abira's fading corpse. Acquiring skills from the designated target. Chul's skill, steel proficiency, is at max level, activating within a fixed radius. Kang-ho observed the system window, his own sword fading in his grip. He raised his hand before him and activated his new steel skill, aiming at a knife on the ground. A hand formed of pure mana shot out and grabbed it. The weapon materialized in the protagonist's hand. With a stern look, he realized he could now use items this way. If he mastered this, his combat efficiency would skyrocket. He gave the knife a swift, experimental swing. Meanwhile, a huntress watched him through binoculars, her jaw completely slack. She urged her comrades to look at the monster she was seeing. Young-jae stared, a bead of sweat on his face. He wasn't just strong, he was a born killer. Did he really just solo that thing? Without a tank? The huntress asked in disbelief. What is he even doing? Her companion wondered if he was testing out his new skills. He looked to their own boss. Isn't it time we showed him a dose of reality? Young-jae rested a hand on the frame, lost in thought. Then, a voice called his name. As sweat dripped down his face, their boss snapped his head towards them. Quiet, he hissed at the huntress. We wait until he's exhausted, then we make our move. His terrified comrades could only agree. In another location, a man named Mukong held a piece of meat, tearing into it with his teeth. He stared down at the scrap of paper in his other hand. It was a message the Black Lion Guild had approved his request to join. The information was to be passed on to Jaren, surrounded by dead bodies. His gaze cold as ice, he tossed the meat aside. Now this, he muttered, is good news. Mukang lowered the note, a chilling smirk spreading across his face. So, Jaren was getting nervous trying to catch me? Mukar crushed the paper, a wicked smirk twisting his lips. Eclipse and Black Lion aren't so bad either. He mused, finally, a chance to get his hands on some real funds. For the first time in ages, he felt a thrill of anticipation. Meanwhile, Kang-woo stared up at the towering building where Mukar was hiding. His expression was grim, his hands clenched into tight fists. A sneer formed on Mukar's face from above. "Another fool I can rob blind." He slammed his fist against the wall, roaring. "Come on out!" Surrounded by shadowy wolves seething with mana, Mukar declared, "It's feeding time." Shrouded in dark energy, the beasts surged forward. They erupted from the building's edge, pouncing on our hero. With a serious look, Kang-woo summoned a slab of meat. The lead wolf's jaws gaped, drool dripping from its fangs. Mukar watched, bewildered, as the wolves devoured the offering. What is this? Did they really fall for such a simple trick? Calmly, the protagonist summoned a sword into his hand, its steel glinting. In a flash, Kang-woo plunged the blade deep into the dark wolf's body. The beast turned its head, sinking its teeth into the bait. Mukar shouted in disbelief. "What in the world?" The protagonist met his gaze, his look unyielding. "Looks delicious, doesn't it?" he taunted. "I picked out the very best cut, knowing they'd love it." As the wolves fell, they vanished into thin air. With deadly seriousness, Kang-woo issued a warning. "Kang-woo, Mukar, if you value your life, return what you stole from me." But Mukar only bared his teeth, raising a hand in defiance. "Jaren, you worm!" he roared from the rooftop. "If you want it, come and take it." "No point in dragging this out," Kang-woo muttered, launching himself into a sprint. A sly grin crossed Mukar's face. He might be prepared, but the protagonist was clearly a simple-minded fool. He glanced down at his handiwork. Let Kang-woo try to get past his traps. Let him run. He'll just blow himself to pieces. The protagonist activated his skill mana track. Instantly, he saw the ground littered with mines. There were far too many. Kang-woo vaulted into the air, his weapon ready, leaving a trail of smoke. Mukar glared down from above. "That freak!" he screamed in frustration. But Kang-woo was already running, a blur of motion. Did he really avoid all of my traps? Mukar wondered, his anger rising. He raised a hand, mana crackling around it. "Do you really think I'm scared of you?" he bellowed. At that moment, a system window appeared. The constellation, Chaos Fighter, is inclined towards evil. It grants powers that weaken an enemy's senses and vision. Mukar raised his hands, dark streams of mana coiling around him. "I am a precious vessel," he declared, protected by a mighty constellation. He rose into the air, channeling his power. "I'll show you true hell with the art of black magic." But Kang-woo had already teleported, dodging the deadly beams. The protagonist leaped high, obscured by huge clouds of dark smoke. He's around level 50, Kang-woo calculated. A black mage, protected by a constellation that dulls the senses. Running towards his foe, Kang-woo knew what he had to do. A cruel smile spread across Mukar's face as he clenched his fist. This time, there is no escape. He activated his skill. Blindness, a massive sphere of absolute darkness materialized before him. The protagonist stared in shock at the void. He dashed forward, thinking, "Not yet." Kang-woo waited for the perfect moment. Raising his sword, he thought, "Now." Mukar grinned, watching him approach. "How did you get through?" he mocked. The protagonist charged through the black space. "It was surprisingly easy," he shot back. A smirk touched Kang-woo's lips as he raised his blade. "After all, I'm the one who created this ability." "That's impossible!" Mukar roared, his face contorted with rage. But the protagonist had already invoked another skill abduction. A colossal, spectral hand reached for Mukar. Beads of sweat formed on his face. "Is that a monster skill?" The illusion behind him screamed. "It's all a trick, an illusion." Kang-woo aimed his weapon. "This is called a movement cancel." The sword pierced clean through Mukar's body with a grim expression. He ripped the blade free. But Mukar, raising his hand, unleashed his final gambit at mana burn. A devastating torrent of dark energy exploded. The illusions shattered, throwing Kang-woo aside. Mukar, seething with fury, unleashed a barrage of mana beams. "Burn in hell!" he shrieked. Kang-woo dodged, thinking, his attacks are too fast. Is he using some kind of item? The protagonist dove through a window, kicking off the wall to gain distance. Mukar angrily formed a ball of raw mana. He glared at Kang-woo with burning red eyes, hurling insults as he unleashed a final, devastating beam. Struck by a blast of dark mana, the protagonist crashed to the ground. Makic loomed over him, a triumphant sneer on his face. "Fall," he commanded, but his eyes widened in shock. as countless illusions of the protagonist rose up before him. With a furious expression, Makic's hands began to glow with raw mana. "You freak," he roared. Seizing the opening, he thrust his hands skyward, unleashing a devastating mana explosion. But the illusions simply charged forward. They ran through the blast without a scratch. "What is this?" Makik yelled, extending his hand in disbelief. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on his head, and the cold steel of a sword pressed against his side. Frozen in terror, beads of sweat streamed down Makik's face. "You," he stammered, before the protagonist drove the blade deep into his body with brutal force. Makik collapsed to the floor. Clutching his wound, he coughed, a pained grin spreading across his face. "How?" he gasped. "How did you deceive me?" Kang-woo looked down, a smirk on his blood-streaked face. "I just wanted to test the same thing," a voice echoed in his mind. "An excellent tactic." The protagonist turned his attention to the system window that had just appeared. His expression was serious. "So, this is it," he muttered. The system window glowed with a new notification. "The constellation, Master of Maneuvers, praises your attack strategy. It uses a small reserve of holy power to provide a positive effect. Your experience has increased by 0.1%. Kang-woo stared at the window, intrigued. "Is this support?" Countless constellations observe the hunters, but very few offer their support, as it consumes their own divine power. A new message, tinged yellow, popped up. The Dimension Thief scoffed, calling it insignificant support. He claimed it was such a small blessing. It was almost humiliating. With a smirk, Kang-woo told him not to worry. His best decision was choosing the protagonist. In return, he would give it his all. The Dimension Thief called him crazy, telling him to deal with that guy first. The protagonist slashed his sword across the leg of the crawling Makik, who let out an insulted shriek. "What do you gain from capturing someone like me?" Makik screamed, his face a mask of horror. Lying on the floor, he stretched out a trembling finger. "Do you really think that will do any good?" A grim look crossed Kang-woo's face. "If the world could change just by capturing trash like you, I would have done it already." He confidently raised his sword, mana swirling around the blade, his intent to kill unmistakable. Makik watched in terror as it descended. Then, everything went dark. System notice. The target has been killed. The Chaos Fighter contract has been stolen. The constellation is now enslaved by the Dimension Thief. This effect cannot be removed until the contract expires. You will inherit all abilities of a Chaos Fighter? The protagonist watched his sword disappear. He reached out, his finger touching the system window. He had received the skills of blindness and light chaos. "This is great," Kang-woo said, a grin spreading across his face. "My luck is holding out again." He looked down at the body. "In that case, I'll be taking this for myself, too." He hoisted Makik up by the collar. "Undressing men is not my hobby," he grumbled, quickly stripping the corpse and tossing the gear aside. A good catch. It was weak for level 50, but the protagonist knew these items were quite useful. He slipped on a mana glove. "This would be ideal if I connected this thread with a throwing dagger," he thought. Next, he put on a vest. "The health effect on this item needs to be changed," he mused, before holding up a shimmering ring of mana. It was a ring that increased stamina. Such a valuable thing should not be wasted. The protagonist then examined the last item. A smile touched his lips. It was the amulet of the god of evil, and it consumed 1 mana per second. But during awakening, the time it takes to use skills is drastically reduced. Kang-woo looked at the system window, putting a hand in his pocket. "This is the best possible buff for me," he declared. With a smile, he looked ahead. "I think I've found exactly what I needed." He would sell all the level 9 items and make a good profit. Along the way, he thought, it would be good to increase his level to the 20th. Confidently, Kang-woo clenched his fists. He left the building, thinking that the Killer Devourer skill would soon be his. After some time, he paused. He looked around, a strange feeling creeping over him. There wasn't a single monster here. This is a good place for an ambush. Just then, a bright light shone from the window of a tall building. A huntress smirked, holding binoculars. "Take a look at this freak," she said into her comms. "Let's finish him off." Young Jae replied with a grin. "Are we starting already?" Another man, holding a large bag, looked towards the bright light. Their boss simply nodded his head, confirming the operation. The man put the bag down. "Request accepted," he said flatly. Young Jae's voice crackled with excitement. "We should wear him out properly." Out from the bag poured many white rabbits with glowing red eyes. With mouths agape and eyes blazing with fury, they charged straight for Kang-woo the protagonist, weapon dripping with blood, met their advance. "Here they come," he muttered. He struck, cleaving them in two with a brilliant arc of mana. A system window flashed. The protagonist had reached level 20. A smirk played on Kang-woo's lips as he stared ahead. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. The system announced a new skill. The assassin class's Quick Strike had been acquired. The Constellation upgraded it to Bleeding Strike, a vicious art that amplified the bleeding effect with every hit on the target. The huntress looked down, unimpressed. That was too easy. But Yan, a smirk on his face, disagreed. He had simply let his guard down. The boss, weapon in hand, exploded forward, leaping toward Kang-woo. With a roar of fury, Yan unleashed a torrent of raw power. The protagonist barely dodged the devastating blow. Kang-woo's expression hardened. Who was this guy? Another thief trying to rob him a second later. And he would have lost his head. The boss, his sword shrouded in a crimson aura, seethed with rage. How did I miss? Yan lunged again, swinging his blade wildly. This time, you won't escape, he bellowed. Kang-woo, weapon ready. Closed the distance in an instant. The protagonist's blade flashed forward, slicing into the boss's body. The system window confirmed it. Bleeding Strike had landed. Now he just needed to strike 10 times to cripple his regeneration. Kang-woo glanced at the system message, his mind racing. He had to land as many hits as possible, and fast. The protagonist spun around in shock. Yan stood there, completely healed, a sinister grin on his face. You call that an attack? The other hunters laughed. It's useless. This battle will be endless. After all, one shouted, he's only getting stronger. With an ominous glare, Yan unleashed a storm of attacks on Kang-woo. The protagonist fell back, realizing the truth. This man was unbelievably strong for his class, maybe even stronger than him. Kang-woo moved at a blinding speed, landing another bleeding strike on the boss's torso. He spun back, weapon poised, only to see an unharmed Yan standing before him. The boss spread his arms wide, a picture of arrogance. Keep going, he taunted. Kang-woo smirked. That's one, he thought. At least 4 more to go. The protagonist shot forward like a bullet, kicking up clouds of dust. Yan's eyes widened in horror as Kang-woo leaped toward his face, activating his blindness skill. The boss, his eyes glowing red, was plunged into total darkness. Under the effect of light chaos, he roared, "What is this?" The protagonist calmly landed another bleeding strike. This was getting annoying, he thought. No matter how many times he wounded him, it seemed pointless. Yan turned, his gaze terrifying. I can see now, he said, his red eyes glinting. With a wicked grin, he asked, Are your little tricks over? Suddenly, the boss felt a searing pain. What is this? He screamed, clutching his head as he recoiled. What's happening to me? Yan couldn't believe it. His strength was draining away. The other hunters watched in disbelief. Boss? The huntress cried out. What's wrong? Her teammate stared ahead, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Yan gritted his teeth. This can't be happening. Veins bulged on his skin as he was enveloped in a massive wave of mana. The more I'm hit, the stronger I become. A hand made of pure energy grabbed his body. The boss watched in horror as a sword rushed toward him. With a grim look, Kang-woo pierced his body with his weapon. The protagonist looked at the trembling boss. You may be a berserker, he said, but in the end, Yan, you're still human. And if you lose enough blood, you die. Kang-woo calmly reached into his jacket, watching Yan's body finally collapse, the huntress's face filled with terror. We have to get out of here, she screamed, turning to run, but the other guy warned. He's not that simple. The protagonist confidently bit into a salatium. Where do they find? Such idiots, he mused. It can't be helped, since the Osen hunters are so isolated. A system window appeared. Target eliminated. Contract Blood Eater has been stolen. Kang-woo stared at the notification with a smile. Well now, he asked, what's going on here? The protagonist confidently looked up. This is already the second one today. Shouldn't you be supporting me? The Dimension Robber replied. You've gone mad. The system window. Updated Blood Eater has been enslaved by the Dimension Thief. The protagonist cannot remove this effect. Until the contract expires, he will inherit all abilities of the Blood Eater. The Blood Eater is a neutral constellation. As health is lost, immunity to mental attacks increases. Kang-woo's eyes widened. This is a constellation, protection against mental assaults. Not bad at all. He equipped the necessary gear, a bracelet with resistance to magical attacks, boots that increase his movement speed, and gloves to enhance his endurance. Kang-woo examined the gauntlets on his hands. This is perfect. One for close quarters, the other designed for throwing. The main character moved forward without hesitation. It was time to complete the request. Later that night, Taein Jaren inspected the boots, a smile gracing her lips. She leaned against the table and admitted she never expected him to find Bart's shoes so easily. Jaren thanked him with a satisfied smile on her face. The first request is a test, she explained, and half of the challengers fail. Kang-woo's expression hardened. What does she mean by that? Do 50% of them die? Thanks to his cold-blooded calculation. However, his success rate was in another league entirely. Jaren handed him a document. As promised, she said, you will get access to a dungeon with mid-tier bosses. Here is all the information. The file stated that it was in the cargo pass at Gaping Station. 4 mid-tier bosses waited inside. And one main boss, Jaren asked Kang-woo if he was satisfied. The protagonist calmly scanned the paper, a faint smile on his face. He thought, this is it. The dungeon where the 5 skills I need are hidden. Kang-woo placed a hand on the table, a smirk, on his face, and declared, I'll go there tomorrow afternoon. He then held out the items he'd gathered and asked, do you want to buy these? Jaren's eyes widened in surprise at the quality of the gear. These are quite impressive, she remarked. I'll pay a handsome price. Now, we can move on to the next request. Kang-woo pointed to a photo of the man in the file. Is this the guy? Jaren confirmed it was a request from the public security agency. His name is Hyo Yoon. He's wanted for theft of government property and assault causing grievous bodily harm. The reward for him was 300 million won, and 1 month's access to all dungeons below level 100. Jaren looked at the file in her hands with a serious expression. Can you handle this? We don't have a single lead. He was last spotted near Yang Station, and then he vanished without a trace. The main character simply smiled. It's fine, he said calmly. He had his own way of finding people. A short time later, Kang-woo stood among a sea of brightly colored signs, his phone pressed to his ear. After selling the spare items, he had earned 250 million won. Now that he had the funds, it was time to make his move. A voice on the phone asked, Who is this? Kang-woo looked at his phone and said, I'd like to purchase 10 batches of Siam. The delivery point is Yungan Station. At the same time, the man confirmed the order. Consider it done. The main character looked up with a stern gaze. He still had some time before the dungeon conquest began. Kang-woo figured he could have a couple of drinks and gather some information. Meanwhile, inside a bar, a furious man struck out with a violent stream of mana. His target collapsed, clutching a fatal wound on his neck. The other patrons looked at the fallen body. With expressions of twisted delight, Kang-woo strode to the bar counter. He confidently slid a couple of bills forward. A glass of Chium? The bartender, Benny, paused, a shaker in her hands. Her face showed surprise. Really, Chium? With a smile, she picked up the bills. I didn't think anyone would order that. It has a unique taste. The main character placed his hands on the counter. It's just my type. The bartender turned, around with a smile. Just a moment, Kang-woo thought to himself. Bartenders in places like this always have useful information, though it isn't always reliable. Suddenly, he turned, horror etched on his face. He saw his subordinate, Choi. What is she doing here? She was a subordinate of the Eclipse Guild's Gu Gyeong-dan. A bead of sweat ran down his face. Are they following me? Benny returned with his glass, and purred. It's the first time I've seen such a handsome man here. She smiled, her gaze drifting past him. It's a pity we won't be meeting again. The main character's eyes narrowed. And why won't we? Benny's look turned arrogant. I've heard some rumors around here. She leaned in close to his face, covering her mouth with her hand. It seems Eclipse wants to take this club for themselves, Kang-woo's grip on the glass tightened. They plan to capture the hunters gathered here and force them to work in the mines. This is one of their classic human trafficking methods. Raising the glass to his mouth, the main character looked away. So that's why he's here. He couldn't even relax and have a single drink in peace. He got up from his chair, finishing his drink. He knew he had to hurry. In that instant, both he and Benny quickly looked away. Terror flashed across their faces. Kanho, a single drop of sweat tracing his temple, eyed the uniformed thugs who had just stormed in. A girl rushed toward them, her voice trembling as she asked, Is this Eclipse? One of the men stared in horror, demanding to know why they were here. The uniformed leader just smiled. You should probably run, he advised. Instead, they charged forward, screaming that their precious goods were inside. The leader grabbed the guide, his hand crackling with mana, and slammed a fist into the man's stomach with crushing force. An Eclipse worker swung his weapon menacingly at a bystander, then locked eyes with Kanho. "What are you looking at?" he sneered. With a vicious grin, he raised his axe, ready to strike. "You looking for a beating?" he roared. In a blink, the protagonist teleported directly behind him. The worker's eyes widened in shock. "What the? How so suddenly?" he stammered. A flash of mana-laced steel arced through the air, and Kanho sliced clean through his neck. He stood over the body, his weapon gleaming. Just then, a mysterious woman with an ominous gaze observed the scene, a hand stroking her chin thoughtfully. In a blur, she leaped aside. Kanho watched, confused. With a confident smirk, she raised her hand and sent a knife flying through the air. Kanho's eyes widened in horror as the blade slammed into an Eclipse worker's chest. The man gritted his teeth, his hand reaching for the hilt, as Soi casually approached him. She raised her hand, and with a flick of her wrist, telekinetically ripped the knife from his chest. "Why are you—" the worker gasped in fear. Before he could finish, a devastating kick sent his body flying across the room. Kanho watched her, his face calm, wondering what her game was. She turned to him with a smile. "I don't believe we've met, but you seem familiar." "What guild are you from?" she asked. Kanho met her gaze, his expression unreadable. "One that doesn't like being tied down." She laughed, placing her hands on his shoulders. "Is that so? Perhaps we can discuss some business," she purred, glancing at the remaining Eclipse members. "After we clean up this mess." The frightened workers whispered amongst themselves. "What do we do? Change of plans?" Their leader hissed a quiet command. "Attack!" They surged forward, shouting, "Hold them back!" Kanho braced himself, thinking this wouldn't be easy. But the woman just smiled, raising her hands. "Allow me to help," she offered. Kanho knew this was a test. He couldn't afford to fall for her provocations. He clutched his weapon, watching as she effortlessly rushed toward the enemy. He then hurled his own sword with perfect aim. It found its mark, piercing a worker's chest and dropping him instantly. Another goon saw his opening. "He's unarmed, attack him now," he yelled. Kanho just smirked and extended his hand. The sword ripped free from the fallen man and flew back, impaling the second worker through the heart. Kanho now held a newly materialized blade. In a flash, he severed a third worker's arm, spun, and drove his sword through the neck of a fourth. Soi's eyes widened in surprise. "Telekinesis," she murmured to herself. Intrigued, Kanho grinned, lifting his blood-soaked sword. "To the emergency exit, now," he commanded. As they sprinted, a worker screamed, "Don't let them escape! Get them!" The entire group gave chase, running down the corridor. The thugs shouted orders to deal with the remaining targets. Soi easily kept pace beside him. "You're not just a hunter, are you?" she asked with a playful smile. "Can you use magic, too?" Kanho's lips curved into a slight grin. He glanced at his glove, a memory flashing through his mind, someone telling him it would go perfectly with his dagger. Kanho snapped back to the present. "Let her think what she wants," he thought. "I don't need to reveal all my cards." He planted his foot, stopping short as more Eclipse workers poured out from around the corner ahead. A voice echoed through the club's speakers. "Attention customers. We have insiders from the Black Lion creating chaos. We are Eclipse, and we are initiating a hostile takeover." The workers charged, their faces twisted in rage. One swung a mana-infused hammer, but Kanho deftly leaped back, dodging the blow. He surged forward, his own weapon striking a worker's neck. He followed up with a brutal, mana-charged elbow to another's throat. As the man collapsed, Kanho saw it, the familiar glow of a system window appearing before his eyes. A notification appeared. "The constellation. Apostle of Justice is impressed by your punishment of hypocrisy and evil. She consumes holy power to grant you a blessing. Experience increased by 0.1%. A satisfied smile spread across Kanho's face as he turned toward the next enemy. This, he thought, is true justice. He charged, his blade a blur of motion, plunging it deep into the attacking worker, and wondered if such a thing could even exist in this world. Kanha offered his thanks for their help. Just as the workers attacked, they unleashed a volley of routed axes, throwing them with devastating force. The protagonist dodged aside in a flash, untouched by their assault. The axes smashed into the wall, shattering the concrete. Using one as a foothold, Kang-woo launched himself towards his attackers, activating a skill. He blinked forward, waving a dagger glowing with mana. He cut down several workers in one fluid motion. So this was the power of the Apostle of Justice constellation. He landed silently on the ground, kneeling for a moment. In the next instant, he pulled his dagger from a worker's head. She looked down at the bodies on the floor, thinking to herself, "I knew it!" Her gaze shifted to the protagonist, who was now smashing the door off its hinges with raw power. Ko pointed, a thumb towards the new escape route, a confident smirk on his face. She clenched her fists, a wicked smile spreading across her own lips. I didn't misjudge him, she thought. Sometime later, the building stood silent beneath the starry sky. A worker, his face contorted with rage, brought a hand to his earpiece. He yelled into his comms, ordering his men to search more thoroughly. At that very moment, he and Ko were concealed in the shadows of a nearby building. She glanced at him and asked, "How about we work together? No problems attached." She then handed him a business card with a charming smile. "The payment will be more than generous," she promised. The protagonist took the card with a smirk, his own confidence shining through. He turned away, telling her to contact him if an urgent task came up. Soo-hee watched Kang-woo leave, speaking into her earpiece, addressing her master. She reported, "The test is complete. The investigation will not be difficult. All I need to do is tell you his name." A smile played on her lips as she stared into the distance and asked, "Are you certain?" "You mean Kang-woo?" Into the microphone, Soo-hee continued. "There were some minor issues, but the benefits will be far greater than the losses." Later, at a crowded station during the day, the protagonist stepped off the train, his eyes scanning his surroundings. He thought to himself, "Judging by Soo-hee's reaction, my order hasn't been delivered yet, just in case. It's better to avoid the city of Dijon for a while." Kang-woo was getting annoyed. The influence of the Eclipse Guild was growing too powerful recently. Instead of taking the direct train to Gapyeong, he chose a safer route. It was much smarter to pass through Yongin Station. After some time, the protagonist placed his suitcase in the overhead rack. He looked at the chiyum in his hand with a satisfied smile, murmuring that the delivery had gone smoothly. Kang-woo put his hands in his pockets as he walked. Recalling the original story, Kang-woo had also acquired a chiyum near this station a couple of times. It was a good thing he already knew about it. The protagonist suddenly turned, having overheard a man's frantic conversation. He tensed, raising a hand to his ear. He spoke into his phone. "Do I really need to play along with this?" the man insisted. "There are no dungeons in Seoul to begin with." He looked ahead, his expression turning grim. He pulled the phone away from his ear and shouted, "Then why aren't you doing anything about it?" The man turned, yelling desperately into his phone, "Just run to Yongin Station." Sometime later, people in Seoul looked up at a massive sign on a building. The Purification Guild, once sworn to protect, had become a monopoly, controlling all the dungeons. However, it was also the only place where the Public Security Agency was still functioning properly. It was just enough to manage such a massive market. Of course, the prices here were absurdly high. This market was nearly 1.5 times larger than any district. "There's probably some amazing gear here," Kang-woo thought. He gripped his dagger. "I need to get rid of this training sword as soon as possible." A system window appeared. Weapon Heaven's Bliss, level 5, effect strength plus 50. The protagonist looked at his hand, concentrating as he materialized a stone from thin air. Kang-woo then instantly crushed it into dust. He stared at the remains in his palm with a grin and said, "Now this is what real strength feels like." Another system window notified him. Skill Heaven's Bliss, effect. If you do not participate in a battle for more than 30 minutes, the speed of your stamina recovery doubles. Kang-woo looked at the dagger with a smile, tightening his grip. There are quite a few good options here, he noted. The protagonist knew that unlike other hunters, he never had to worry about mana. If he wanted to use his mana supersensitivity to its full potential, then managing his physical strength was his top priority. "I'll take it," he decided. A short while later, the protagonist walked down the street, holding his new dagger. He stopped dead in his tracks, a look of confusion on his face. After hearing what people were saying, a boy holding his father's hand turned to his mother and asked if they could eat chicken tonight. His mom agreed with a warm smile on her face. "Of course we can. This is Seoul." The dad closed his eyes contentedly and said, "The Public Security Agency and the Purification Guild will protect us." Kang-woo walked away, thinking that this was nothing but self-deception. The main character, a piercing scream suddenly ripped through the air. The boy's father, wounded on the ground, clutched his bleeding cheek and begged, "Please, just don't touch the child." The man holding the boy captive sneered down at him. "Are you joking with me?" He tightened his grip with 2 fingers, his voice dripping with menace. "When you beg for something, you need to be more sincere." Tears streamed down the boy's face as he hammered his tiny fists against his captor, screaming for his dad. The crowd watched in horror. "That's the agency," they whispered urgently. "Someone call public security now," Kang-woo observed with a grim expression, wondering. Is this really happening? In the middle of Seoul? In broad daylight? This world is full of freaks. It was only a matter of time before the public security agency showed up. A faint smirk played on our protagonist's lips. Looks like I'll do them a favor, on the guild's behalf.
Kang-woo's eyes widened in horror as the men suddenly turned, exclaiming, "That's Chai Kang-in, from the Purification Guild." A system window materialized, displaying his title, his constellation, the Demon of War, granted him unique skills in swordsmanship and spatial manipulation. Kang-woo stared in shock, thinking to himself, I never imagined I'd run into one of Ji-hyun's colleagues here. He'd never get involved in something like this, so why is he here?
With an effortless smile, Kang-in tossed a sleek black card towards the men. The masked leader caught it, intrigued. What is this? Kang-in extended his hand. Spend as much as you want from it, he declared coolly. In exchange, give me the child. The man started to lower the boy, a greedy glint in his eyes. In exchange, before he could finish, he brutally hurled the boy aside. Don't you dare move, he roared. But the boy was caught mid-air by Kang-in, who had appeared in a flash. The father could only watch, his hands clenched in terror. Long, shadowy claws extended from Kang-in's hands before he vanished in a wisp of dark smoke. Kang-woo watched intently. He's not just fast. His specialty is spatial manipulation. In the next instant, Kang-in reappeared, trapping them within a swirling vortex of dark mana, cutting off all escape. One of the men cautiously reached toward the smoky barrier, asking, What is this? Kang-in was already upon them, a wicked blade in hand. He pierced through their bodies with chilling precision, his dark magic unstoppable. The last remaining hunter stared forward, his mask now torn. Kang-woo's eyes narrowed in surprise. That's the hunter I saw at the station earlier. The hunter stared at his dead comrade in utter disbelief. You actually killed him? He threw his hands up in surrender, pleading. Spare me, we did what you asked. But Kang-in only whispered, just play along with me. Outside the sphere, the crowd grew confused. What's he saying? It must be a skill, that's why we can't hear them. Beads of sweat poured down the hunter's face as his hand crept into his pocket, searching for his weapon. With a furious roar, he pulled it out and lunged, but Kang-in, a smirk playing on his lips, met the attack in a flash of steel. He dispelled his skill, the dark sphere vanishing. Walking forward calmly, he announced, You're all safe now. Kang-woo watched with a cold, analytical gaze. A perfect performance, just as I expected from him. He uses independent hunters to bolster the Purification Guild's reputation. Is this all just to tighten their monopoly? They can enjoy this moment, because soon, everything will belong to me. At that very moment, in another place, a man presented a file, saying, My apologies for making you come here in person. This is all the information we have on the fugitive you mentioned. A woman, seated with a calm demeanor, took the documents. Her eyes landed on a photo of Kang-woo. A faint, knowing smile touched her lips. This face, it looks familiar. Elsewhere, a man stood before a mountain range, his hands clasped behind his back. So this means he is Kang-woo. Our protagonist stood before him, resolute. I believe the time is now. May I enter? The man turned to his subordinate. The dungeon preparations are complete, he confirmed. He gave Kang-woo a stern look. You're level 20. That's far below the recommended level for our dungeon. The man pressed on. Are you certain you'll be okay? Kang-woo's mind was already racing. If I want to steal his skills, I absolutely must raise my level. Otherwise, I won't even stand a chance. Tapping a system window, Kang-woo's determination hardened. The minimum goal is level 50. If I want to get there faster, I have to push myself to the absolute limit. A confident smile spread across his face as he looked ahead and agreed without hesitation. Sometime later, our protagonist pushed forward, shielding his face from a fierce, biting sandstorm. Kang-woo squinted, trying to see through the gale. You can't see a thing in here, he muttered, glancing back at his own fading footprints. If I hadn't left these tracks. He would have been lost long ago. Sweat beaded on his face as he stared down at the cliff. Koo steadied himself. That was too close. Is this really the end of the road? The protagonist turned, and through the swirling sand, a sea of crimson eyes glared back. They were watching him from the dust storm. Ko squinted, identifying the beasts. Lizards? He confidently summoned his weapon. If I clear out these pests, he resolved, I'll reach my destination even faster. Waving his weapon, Ko sized up the airborne creatures. Elsewhere, an analyst spoke. We even recreated the tracking simulation. He stared thoughtfully at the report in her hands. She raised her head. And what is the conclusion? She asked. The man replied, It seems Ko used a mana attack, and was incredibly lucky to get past that level 100 hunter. But that makes no sense. He landed an attack on him later. The man hung his head, frustrated. That's impossible for a level 10. His gaze fell upon a photograph. It showed the magic circle our hero drew with blood in the bathroom. The woman interjected. I've heard about this. She handed him the files, saying, To be honest, I encountered him a couple of days ago. The man's expression hardened. What are you talking about? She continued. I estimated his power level. He's at least level 100. Fire mana ignited in his palm, his face a mask of fear. How is that even possible? I couldn't even determine his level. Back at the canyon, Ko smirked and hurled his dagger. With its stomach pierced, the lizard shrieked in its own language. The protagonist's look turned grim. Just as I thought, a direct hit to the gut, but it was only a wound. If I try to kill them all one by one, he calculated, this will take a very long time. He slipped on a gauntlet, channeling a beam of mana into his dagger, and unleashed a sweeping strike across the entire horde. He wounded them all. Ko's eyes narrowed. Seeing only 2 remained unscathed. He swiftly aimed his dagger at them. It pierced one of the lizard's bellies. All the beasts fell to the ground, hissing and shrieking. Enveloped in a blue aura, the protagonist smirked. He extended a single finger forward. He beckoned them. Try again. The lizards charged, kicking up a storm of sand beneath them.
Ko glanced back as he ran. When hunting monsters, there is one thing you must be careful about. It's all about the damage dealt. If a monster is destroyed, but the hunter caused no damage,
that monster's death will not be counted. But what if he had wounded every single one of them dagger in hand? Ko sprinted away from the lizards. This, he thought with a grin, changes everything. The lizards lunged forward at blinding speed, screaming in their tongue. But our main character was already on the move. He leaped over the cliff with immense force, activating his jump skill. The lizards, their eyes burning with a red aura, watched Ko land on the other side. He turned back to watch them fall into the chasm. They slammed into the ground with great force and disappeared into particles of light. A system window appeared, notifying him he had destroyed an ordinary monster. His level had skyrocketed to 27. Kang-woo let out a triumphant shout, a smile spreading across his face. It worked. Sometime later, the investigator placed a hand on her hip. She stared at the magic circle in the toilet. Did Ko really do this? This ritual requires blood, she thought. Why would he perform it? Did our main character actually summon a constellation? Her expression was tense as she looked ahead. Her phone rang, and she brought it to her ear. Master, she answered. Have you finished your investigation? He asked. She leaned on the wall. I'm in the process, but this fugitive is not an ordinary person. I thought so, the master's voice replied from a long corridor. I'm sending you another person, he commanded. Why do you need them? He asked. She looked up, remembering the powerhouse she'd killed. Someone didn't watch what he said, she replied coolly. He drove me crazy, so I killed him. Meanwhile, Ka watched the last of the lizards fade away. He raised his weaponized hand to his face, looking at the mana stone in his other hand. He remembered his past life, working in the mines, extracting these very stones. The protagonist emerged from the memory. He tossed the stone aside. They must have already guessed that I'm the fugitive. Clenching his hand into a fist, he vowed. However, I will not let myself be caught so easily. Suddenly, a mid-level fire boss emerged behind him. It appeared from the flying sand, walking confidently toward him. Clenching its palms into fists, Kang-woo turned around. A wild smile grew on his face. I've been waiting for a long time. The protagonist readied his weapon. Clutching it tightly in his hand, he declared, I will use my first ability. But from a nearby mountain, another figure was watching. He looked at the bow in his hands, aiming a single arrow. A while later, the defeated monster was lying still in the water. A system window flashed before him. He had successfully stolen the fire modifier skill. Shin Kong wore a satisfied smirk. The system noted the skill's power depended on his constellation, and could imbue any weapon with the essence of fire. From the shadows, his pursuer watched, utterly speechless. Fear gripped the observer. He couldn't believe Shin Kong had hunted a mid-level boss so quickly. His technique was flawless. He'd baited the fire-type monster with a dagger, then lured it into a trap. Deceiving it into an oasis was a masterful move. These were not the skills of a low-level player. This was a development worthy of the leader's attention. Soon, the intel was placed before a woman named Lee-in. The observer turned to her, asking if she truly wanted him to continue tailing this hunter. She confirmed it. His test results were exceptional, she said. But his level is a concern. She faced him, her orders clear. If the situation becomes critical, you are to assist him. And remember, she added with a knowing smile, the importance of teamwork. The man nodded. That talent, if nurtured, would become an incredible asset. He melted back into the shadows, his mission clear. Sometime later, a dagger flew toward a monster, only to be deflected by an energy barrier. The creature smiled. You must be a defender. Shin Kang scanned his opponents. Before him stood 3 mid-level bosses. A flank defender, a rear defender, and a front defender. He looked them over with a grin. I certainly hope the 3 of you offer a decent reward. Their teamwork was perfect, reminding him of Lean's words. Just a while ago, he'd told her he would be in touch after he dealt with the target, but she'd stopped him. Wait, we have good clients. I'm offering you a chance to work with us. She crossed her arms. You can't possibly conquer an entire dungeon by yourself. He looked at her for a long moment, then smiled. I'm a loner. I don't join teams. I'll get everything on my own. Back in the present, he used a short-range jump, instantly flanking the trio and unleashing an attack. But it failed to break through their combined barrier. So he used teleportation and space capture, throwing them into confusion. He leaped back. Perfect, he thought. This should be enough. The monsters glanced at each other, bewildered. Shin Kang activated abduction. This is the maximum range, he calculated, pulling one away from its allies. He rushed the isolated boss, rolling beneath its attack. Then he faced the others. This is why I don't work in a team. The monster stared in surprise as he spoke. The moment you start relying on others, and stop calculating every step yourself, failure is guaranteed. He vanished with teleport as the monster stared in fear. With another short-range jump, Shin Kang shattered its defense, sending it flying. The system announced that 2 mid-level bosses were destroyed. Enraged, the final boss charged him. It swung wildly, but he was already gone, reappearing with teleport. The monster quickly turned, lashing out again, but it was trapped inside a new barrier, confused. Nice try, Shin Kang mocked. But that trick won't work. He moved around it and pierced its core with his sword. The monster gave a pitiful look before crashing to the ground. The mid-level boss has been destroyed. You have gained a new level. You are now level 29. He pulled the sword from the corpse. He glanced at the system messages. He had acquired the skills of front, flank, and rear defense. And then, the 3 skills began to combine, creating a brand new skill. Defensive barrier, a fortified shield that would last until its usage period expired. Chewing on a leaf, he analyzed the message. Interesting, he mused. The skill was already at maximum level. This would definitely prove useful. The hidden observer stared, completely silent. He's even more amazing than I thought, he admitted to himself. He truly doesn't need a team, but it's too early to judge. As Shin Kang walked away, the observer stood up to follow. Everything will become clear. After the battle with the main boss, it wasn't long before an undead warrior stood before him. The observer watched from a distance. So, Shin Kang said, we finally meet. The monster gave a terrifying smile. He pointed his finger at it. From the very beginning, you were my target. The undead unleashed a storm of dark purple fireworks. But he dodged every single blast with short-range jumps. He appeared behind the undead, ready to strike. But the monster used flight magic and soared into the sky. It cast a volley of wind arrows, and Shin Kang charged across the battlefield. Our hero stood calmly in the field, a single leaf held in his mouth, thinking it was no easy task to match this beast's speed. He unleashes a barrage of wind arrows. The attack shatters the leaf in his mouth. He thought with a flash of surprise that the monster wasn't holding back, even attacking from behind. He throws up a defensive spell to get close. He'd have to endure the arrow storm and take the damage head on. He considers using a bleeding skill, but remembers the monster's signature technique, Blood Flower. He flashes back to an image of the beast snapping its fingers, and instantly killing him. He knew that with a skill that powerful, death could come in an instant. He starts moving across the battlefield. He had to devise a new plan, especially since the beast wasn't using any other skills yet. Darting away from the magic arrows, he smirked. The boss had only seen his short-range jump. It had absolutely no idea about his real trump cards. The monster glared with rising annoyance, continuing its assault. A hidden observer watches the clash, thinking that neither has managed to land a significant blow. Were they truly taking this long just to find a weak point? With an irritated roar, the monster began casting a powerful spell. Kang looked on with a grin and said that it was finally getting serious. The beast unleashes dark purple fireworks, sending a volley of sinister spheres right at him. But Kang declared it was time to show his own hand.
Weaving through the attacks, he thought with a satisfied smirk that the beast would never catch him now. He activated his skill, abduction, and taunted the monster to come a little closer. The boss screamed in a fit of rage
And launched its spell directly at him. Kang realized with a jolt that it had been charging that attack the entire time. A massive explosion ripped across the battlefield, the shockwave barely missing the concealed observer. Kang instantly reappears behind the monster. He coolly stated that the creature could shoot at him all it wanted. The monster turned, its expression questioning, before breaking into a faint smile. Its projectile was curving back towards Kang, but he just smirked and said it was celebrating too soon. He raised a single hand, and a protective barrier materialized, effortlessly stopping the attack. He then unleashed his own skill gifts of fire. With a grave expression, he commanded the monster to burn. Engulfed in flames, the beast was utterly consumed. Kang noted with satisfaction that the fire attribute was proving to be quite effective. The observer thought in disbelief that he had defeated an Alicia-class monster at his current level. He knew at once that this information had to be reported to the leader. A system window appeared, announcing he had successfully stolen the skill Bloodflower.
Kang stood before the smoldering remains, whispering that his most crucial objective was now complete. He turned, a slight smile on his face, and noted that his little spectator had also vanished.
The system notified him his level had increased to 32. He also gained a basic assassin skill called acceleration. He scrolled through the system windows, casually chewing on a new leaf, pleased that his levels were steadily rising. Another message appeared. The War Demon constellation praises your attack strategy. The constellation consumed a small amount of holy power to grant him a buff. He now had an additional 1.3% experience increase. He thought with a satisfied grin that this was some unexpected support. He never imagined a constellation would take notice of him. The system proudly informed him that he should be grateful for the honor. Near his feet, loot from the monster had appeared. He smiled, knowing these items would definitely come in handy. A short while later, a car parks in front of a house. Chasohee is on the phone, reporting that her master needn't worry any longer.
"I found Kang," she says, standing with her subordinates at a locked door. She adds that he's barricaded himself inside. "We'll just burn the door down." Her hand begins to glow as she says with a chilling smile that she'll go find some evidence.
Kel stands outside, texting a report. "Eclipse has located the house. We are searching for any traces." He glances over and sees Sohee on her phone, reporting that, just as she expected, he left no evidence behind. Kongdong, a cigarette dangling from his lips, remarks that he's almost a little jealous of Kang. She asks, surprised, what he could possibly mean. As his people search the apartment, he explains that nothing seems to stop Kang, and that he's both careful and decisive. She suggests that, hearing him talk like that, he must have taken a liking to him. Kongdong replies that Kang possesses a prudence, a strength that she lacks. If he were to come under his command, he'd be a worthy rival for her position. A chill runs down her spine. Did he really just suggest replacing her? One of the searchers hands her some documents. Kongdong asks if they found anything. She looks over the papers, a slow smile spreading across her face. "I think you'll find this very interesting," she says. "It seems the owner of this house is a hunter." Seohee holds her phone, shyly typing a message. She and her team exit the apartment. She states that she is always ready for the master's tasks, thinking that they finally have a solid lead. Meanwhile, Kang emerges from the dungeon. Defeating the Alicia-class monster was a huge step. His main goal was stealing Bloodflower, but the items that dropped from the boss were a very welcome bonus. He could sell the green magic stone for a good price. The haul turned out to be a fantastic deal, not to mention the ring that amplifies bleeding, and even a skill book. It might not suit his class, but he knew a way to learn it, a trump card to save for the future. His phone suddenly buzzed to life. The further he got from the dungeon, the better the signal. He glanced at the screen. It was a message from Son. She wrote that she'd tried to call, but he didn't pick up. Her warning was urgent. The Eclipse Guild was investigating, and she believed he was their target. A satisfied smirk crossed his face. "Good. I'm glad I found out now." He thought of Soy. "She got to me surprisingly fast." His expression hardened as he read Son's message again. Son was likely an informant for the HUI Guild, a subsidiary of the massive Purification Guild. He put the phone away. If Eclipse could track him, they could definitely get to Yaren, too. To Yaren, he was just a rookie. After he refused her offer, she had no reason to cover for him. And considering the fierce rivalry between Eclipse and Blue Eye, they would never share information about him. He remembered Young. Stepping into the carriage, his resolve was set. He had to find him, just as he'd planned. With a grim expression, he stared ahead. This mission required a partner, and he needed to meet that person upon arrival. Elsewhere, a man named Dune clutched his head, staring at a house. This is the only way to catch Yoon.
His bespectacled companion spoke. I understand you're worried, since he's a comrade from your homeland, but you shouldn't worry. The Yangpang district is completely outside their jurisdiction. Dune's gaze fell to his watch.
This is the last house he could be in. He walked up the stairs, his knuckles rapping against the door. Is anyone home? A white-haired man opened the door. Who are you? Dune asked. Does Young happen to live here? The man sneered. Who's asking? And why should he be here? This is my place, and I live alone. Dune's eyes silently scanned the room behind him, landing on a gun resting on the table. His voice dropped.
Are you a professional hunter? The man turned, looking at the weapon with a smug grin. You really think so? He let out a breath. This world is a very unpredictable place. I keep one, just in case.
He offered a fake apology and shut the door. Dune checked his watch again. Apparently, he's not here. But then, the door cracked open. The man's smiling face peered through the gap as he aimed his pistol. But Dune was faster. His katana flashed out, striking the man's hand and severing several fingers along with the gun barrel. A scream of pure agony filled the air. Dune burst into the apartment, his face a mask of cold fury. Looks like I wasn't mistaken. The man scrambled away, clutching his mangled hand. Dune spoke calmly. You should have taken it off safety. He kicked him. The man crashed to the floor, and the cold steel of Dune's katana pressed against his head. Tell me everything you know about him. Eyes wide with terror. The man stammered, I only met him once. He ordered me to kill anyone looking for him. He's a loner who likes to hide. That's all I know, I swear. I don't know anything else.
Dune gripped his katana in frustration, then asked, Is someone covering for him? A while later, he left the house. Standing on the street, he muttered, The investigation in Yanggang is a dead end. He glanced to the side and froze. Several police officers were walking straight towards him. What are they doing here? He thought quickly. He couldn't go back now. He slipped behind a wall, so he had to remain unnoticed. But one of the officers pointed towards the column. Hey, does that look strange? Dune's heart pounded. An ambush. He was trapped. What should he do? Suddenly, a man named Cook approached the officers. Excuse me, you're from the Public Security Agency, aren't you? They looked at him, confused. Cook smiled warmly. I was hoping you could help me with something. We're on a mission right now, one replied awkwardly. It's not a good time. He just pointed down the street. Some hunters stole something from me on the main road. While they were distracted, Dune slipped away into an alley. Leaning against the wall, he exhaled in relief. That was way too close. I got lucky. In that moment, Cook turned his head, a knowing smile on his face. Later, Dune pulled a book from a shelf. He silently stared at the photos inside, lost in a memory of the past, of him standing with his old comrade. His friend's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations on being accepted to Seoul. I heard it's not easy to get in. And even harder to work there. So, you're collaborating with the Purification Guild now, right? Dune laughed, about to reply, but that's enough. He cut in. You can leave this place to me. He pointed a thumb at his chest, declaring, Don't worry about it. I'll take care of everything from here on out. In Seoul, it's every man for himself. He stood in a tense silence, then turned to face Kang-woo, who was approaching steadily. His expression was a mask of cold steel. So it was you on the street, Dunn stated flatly. How did you find this location? Kang-woo closed the distance. My name is Kang-woo, level 362. I'm with the Seoul Metropolitan Police Department. A flicker of suspicion crossed his face. Are you here investigating me? His hand drifted to the hilt of his katana. Are you from the police, too? Kang-woo held up a placating hand. Not exactly. But I know why you're looking for Yoon. His gaze sharpened with intrigue as Kang-woo extended his hand. How about we cooperate? Meanwhile, Yurin sat across from the observer in her office. It's a shame you're not interested in my proposals, she said with a light laugh. Still, despite that, you're a valuable client. I believe I'll recommend you to Sharon. Suddenly, a voice from the doorway made them both whip around in alarm. Why can't I come in? A woman's voice demanded. A nervous glint entered Yurin's eyes. What is that commotion? The door swung open, revealing a woman twirling a document with a triumphant smirk. I finally found what we've been looking for, she announced. Yurin shot up from her chair, her expression hardening. Why are you here? The woman just smiled. Don't worry. I've come with the best of intentions. She slid a file across the desk, Kang-woo's file. You know him, don't you? Back with Dunn.
A heavy silence hung in the air. Finally, he spoke. And what exactly are you offering? Kang-woo gestured vaguely. Do you really think this all ends the moment you find him? Dun's gaze remained skeptical.
Kang-woo raised a single finger. It's not that simple. Even as an officer of the Seoul City Police Department, I couldn't get any information on my friend. A memory surfaced of him sitting at a desk, frustrated.
An older officer had approached him then. I don't think it's possible. He's under the jurisdiction of Yangping District, Dun muttered, recalling the same excuse. It's outside our jurisdiction. There was nothing I could do.
Kang-woo nodded grimly. I'm practically chasing a ghost at this point. Dun's expression grew more intense. What are you talking about?
He has protectors, Kang-woo explained. Someone so high-ranking that even the public security agency is involved. Fragments of the past flashed through Dun's mind. He remembered being in that man's apartment, a cold warning ringing in his ears. I don't know who you are, but you would be wise not to cross me. He recalled the man with glasses echoing the same words. Yangping District is not our jurisdiction. A hint of fear laced his voice. Who is behind him? Kang-woo's answer was chilling. One of the key figures. From the Purification Guild. The pieces of the puzzle clicked into place with horrifying clarity. Dun turned away sharply. That's impossible. It can't be. Believe it or not, that's your choice. Kang-woo replied. But we are both pursuing the same goal. Meet me tomorrow, 6 p.m., in the square. You can see the truth for yourself. This isn't a trap, but if you have doubts, investigate on your own. Dun remained silent, considering the offer. Kang-woo pressed on. In return, I will keep my promise to you. I'm hoping we can cooperate. At the same time, the woman stood over the table. So, do you know this guy or not? Yurin's eyes scanned the document. His real name is Kang-woo. She thought, Eclipse must be extremely interested if they sent her personally. She looked up, her face a neutral mask. Never heard of him. The woman pointed an accusatory finger. You're lying. I know you've already run a background check. Yurin brushed a hand through her hair, feigning nonchalance. Perhaps I did know him, but our business arrangement didn't work out due to certain conditions. A dangerous glint appeared in the woman's eyes. If that's all, and you want to avoid a fight, you should leave now. She gritted her teeth. You'd better not be lying to me. With that final threat, she departed. Observer, follow her, Yurin commanded immediately. We need to know where she's going. A sly smile touched her lips. If we can get some information on that crazy woman, our relationship with Kang-woo will become much stronger. Elsewhere, Jingu stared silently at his phone. A new message glowed on the screen. Someone is looking for you. He stepped outside, a smug grin spreading across his face. Idiots, he scoffed. They couldn't even find me in the most obvious place. He whistled casually in front of a door, only for Kang-woo to approach from behind. We agreed on 3 in the afternoon. The man jumped at the sound of his voice, turning to see Kang-woo, whose expression was deadly serious. He was clearly surprised by his presence, and Kang-woo's hardened gaze showed he meant business. The system flashes a warning. He serves a malevolent constellation. The Dark Priest. This grants him the power to vanish into shadow. A stark contrast to hunters who serve constellations of light or balance, who only seek to hone their fighting prowess. A flicker of annoyance crossed Young's face as he spat out Kang-woo's name. Then, forcing a smile, he claimed it was all a mistake. In a flash, he cast blindness and tried to flee, but Kang-woo stood unfazed. Young glanced back, shocked. The skill was subtle. How could he have such powerful resistance? Young's expression hardened. So, you were the one looking for me. He realized Kang-woo hadn't moved an inch. If he knows about my skills, my hideout, then he must die. A storm of daggers erupted from his hands, flying straight for Kang-woo, meanwhile, in another part of the city. A man clutching his shoulder pleads through tears. I don't know anything. A woman watched him, her gaze cold and silent. I don't know anyone named Kang-woo, he insisted, with a snap of her fingers. Flames consumed him. Her eyes burned with fury as memories surfaced. She recalled Kang-woo's smiling face. Contact me if you have an urgent task, he'd said. Her frustration boiled over. He tells us to call him, then vanishes without a trace. He knew who I was from the start. That must be why he ran. She remembered her master's chilling prophecy, that if Kang-woo grew in power, he would become her greatest rival. She stomped her foot, a silent fury building within her. By the master's own logic, he is now my enemy. A cruel laugh escaped her lips. Everyone makes mistakes. And surely the master would forgive a little mistake like killing Kang-woo. At that very moment, a hail of daggers rained down on Kang-woo. But a barrier shimmered into existence, blocking every last one. Young stared, his eyes wide with disbelief. A shield, he thought, bewildered. For someone from the assassin class, shaking off the shock, he charged forward. He unleashed another volley of blades at Kang-woo. But this time, Kang-woo moved, weaving between the attacks with impossible grace. Young's face twisted with irritation. Impressive, he spat. To dodge my attack even from a distance. He dashed to the side, drawing more blades. Let's see how you handle this up close. But Kang-woo unleashed a new skill, abduction. Before Young could react, he was pulled in close. What is this? He cried, as a dagger sank into him. The skill bleeding activated instantly. Kang-woo's gaze was like ice. It's already over. I've placed my mana in every spot you could possibly use to retreat. I predicted your every possible escape route. And I can see your pathetic attempts with perfect clarity. Young cried out, clutching his side in agony. Things were not going well. He had to escape, but Kang-woo formed another mana blade and hurled it forward.
So he looked at the man approaching her with a sword in his hand with a frightened look. He waved his weapon with a smile on his face, cutting through her side, and loudly said that she should get what she deserved. The guys looked at Sohee kneeling and said that she didn't even have normal items. She gritted her teeth with an angry expression and thought, is she really going to lose to these guys like this? Dong-hyun quickly looked at the guys standing next to her. He clenched the cigarette in his teeth and clenched his hands into a fist, creating mana. Dong-hyun asked, what did they do on someone else's territory? The guys turned around in surprise and loudly asked, what is he talking about? Dong-hyun raised his fist with an ominous look and quickly attacked them. The guys flew forward with great power, enveloped in a stream of air. Dong-hyun, with a stern look clenching his fist with mana, said that this territory belongs to Eclipse. So he looked at him in surprise, holding her hand on her wound. He looked forward and asked, did they do this to her? So he, sitting near the lying corpses, agreed with him. Dong-hyun, putting his hands in his pockets, said that he should deal with her and that she should follow him. So he looked at him hopefully. The master created this place for her, and she would do anything for him. But one day the master said into the phone that prudence is something she doesn't have. If he can take Kang-woo for himself, he will be a great rival for her. Who is Kang-woo? Came out of nowhere and wants to take everything from her? So he came out of her memories with fury on her face and raised her hands, creating a powerful fire mana. She said loudly that he shouldn't even hope. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. So he, with a smirk on her face, asked what he was embarrassed about. She quickly directed the mana flow forward and loudly said that he should come closer. So he reached out to his chest and loudly called out to the protagonist. So he, surrounded by fiery mana, asked with a grin, what was he embarrassed about? She stretched out her hand with fiery mana with a terrifying look and loudly told him to come closer. So he quickly placed her hand, enveloped in fire, on Kang-woo's body. The protagonist used his defense skill and quickly looked at her hand. She clenched her teeth, made a sound from tension, and wondered if this was really a defense skill. She raised her hand with mana and loudly asked how many more skills he had. Kang-woo snapped his fingers with a smile on his face and said that it was a trade secret. He looked at her and nothing happened. So he looked at him in surprise, surrounding her body with fiery mana. The protagonist looked forward with a confused look and wondered what this was. She said with a smile on her face that she was right. Is this really a skill that can hurt her? So he raised her hand burnt by fire with a terrifying look and asked how could he do this. He can't do anything. She raised her hand up quickly, creating fire rings on the ceiling, and loudly said that Kang-woo won't pass. The protagonist looked at the fire on his shoulder in surprise and wondered what it was. He bounced off the fire rain from the ceiling and wondered what this horror was. Kang-woo quickly looked at the fireball of mana on the ceiling. The protagonist confidently ran forward using the skill to dodge the falling fire rain. He looked at Sohee with a serious expression and thought that fire was her element, and controlling fire was her gift. Besides, if she kept attacking him, he wouldn't last long. Kang-woo used protective armor and looked at the fire-scorched wall and thought that they would see who would win. Kang-woo quickly moved to the side. The protagonist used his short-range jump skill and jumped over the scorched wall to another platform. He looked in horror at Sohee, who appeared in front of him. She quickly pointed the weapon in her hand forward with an ominous grin on her face. Kang-woo looked at her with a confident expression. Soyeon punched the worker's body with great force. She looked forward with a surprised expression, clenching her hand into a fist and loudly addressed Yerin, telling her to look too. She raised her hands to the side in surprise and asked, "What is this?" Many Eclipse workers looked at them with angry faces. Yerin confidently said that they needed to hurry. The worker, holding a weapon in his hands, said loudly that she would not pass. Seoyeon, with a determined look, quickly ran towards them. She raised her hand up, clenched into a fist, intending to attack. Seoyeon slammed her fist into the worker's body with great force, throwing him back. The worker looked forward in surprise at the green marks that appeared. Yerin, with a confident look, extended her hand forward and directed the green mana forward, apologizing and saying that they were in a hurry. She, enveloped in mana, said that if they wanted to stay alive, they should get out of the way. The beams of green mana quickly hit the targets located on the workers' bodies and pierced them. Yerin, with a calm face, raised her hand up and swung it, directing the energy. They looked at the yellow sky outside the window in surprise. Yerin thought in horror that it was Kang-woo. The protagonist, holding a knife in his hand, defends himself from Seohee's attacks. She is wrapped in fiery mana and holds a weapon in her hand with a smirk. His knife, under the pressure of the weapon surrounded by fire, began to cut through. Kang-woo, gritting his teeth, looked ahead and thought that it was even better this way. He used the teleportation skill and quickly appeared behind her, thinking that he would attack from behind. So he, with an ominous look, turned back and said that she remembered this trick. She confidently quickly headed towards him, raising her hand. So he plunged the knife into Kang-woo's chest, breaking his defense. The protagonist, gritting his teeth and coughing up blood, looked at the knife in his chest. She looked at him with a smile on her face and said that he was finally caught. So he, with an arrogant look, wrapped in fiery mana, grabbed the handle of the knife. She quickly looked towards the sword approaching her. Kang-woo, striking her with great force with his weapon, creating a beam of mana, used his decapitation skill. The knife fell out of her hands with a loud ringing sound and fell to the ground. So he, with horror on her face, put her hand on the huge wound on her body and screamed loudly in pain. At the same time, Hao-in screamed loudly into the microphone in her already. She crossed her arms, sighed and asked, "Are they really finished already?" Hao-in looked to the side in surprise at the running Soyeon. Kang-woo quickly jumped back, leaving behind light smoke. So he put her hand on the wound and thought that he decided not to kill her, but to cut off only her hand. She, with an ominous look, enveloped in powerful mana, holding her severed hand, thought that she would kill him. So he, with beads of sweat on her face, created a fiery hand and loudly said that she would kill him. She raised her hand from mana and directed a stream of fire at him, loudly said that she would kill him. Kang-woo, with a tired look using protective armor, thought that the effect of silicium would soon end too. So he quickly extended her hand forward, directing a huge fireball towards him, and loudly said that she would destroy him. The protagonist, with a tense look, covered his head with his hand, creating a green shield. He looked forward in surprise, blocking the attack and thought, "Is this really wind magic?" Soyeon, quickly running towards him, loudly called out to Kang-woo. So he, with an angry look, clenched her teeth, looked at her and loudly said, "What a fool she is. How much longer will they bother her?" Soyeon threw the protagonist's hand onto her back. So he stood in a fighting stance, and said loudly that no one called Yerin here. She calmly put her hands on her hips and looked forward, enveloping herself in mana. Yerin quickly jumped forward. She ran forward with an angry look, enveloped in green mana, addressing Sohee. Yerin confidently extended her hand forward, directing mana, and asked, "Does she seem to not understand what position she is in?" Sohee, with a smile on her face, raised her hand made of fiery mana in front of her. She radiated the most powerful mana, quickly ran forward, and loudly said that she would be happy to deal with her. Yerin, with a drop of sweat on her face, raised her hand up, directing mana around herself, blocking Sohee's blow. She looked forward in surprise at the flow of remaining energy with smoke and loudly asked, "Did she really disappear?" Soyeon stood in a fighting stance, clenching her palms into fists, and turning her head to the side, loudly said where she disappeared to. Kang-woo, with blood on his face, sighed heavily, and said that she cannot think about her. Yerin, with an angry look, looked at him, and asked, "What does this mean?" The protagonist clenched his fist with the disappearing weapon, put his hand on his chest, and thought that throughout the fight he was worried about the last constellation Sohee. He remembered the beginning of this fight. Kang-woo, with a malicious grin on his face, looked away. The protagonist sitting on the train looked at the system window above Sohee's head. The system window notifies that she has the skill Survival Master. This skill specializes in the art of survival. It copies the enemy's skills in a simplified version, once per day. Kang-woo, with a serious look, looked forward and using the skill mana tracking thought about what skills she wanted to copy. The protagonist looked at the highlighted Sohee and thought that she copied his skill Stealth. She is not going to attack anymore. Kang-woo, coming out of the memory, sighed heavily and said that she ran away. Yerin looked at him with an angry expression and said loudly that they should follow her then. He looked ahead with beads of sweat on his face and a confused look. Seo-yeon looked at the falling Kang-woo in amazement. She put her hands on his shoulders with fear and loudly called out his status. Seo-yeon loudly asked if he was okay. She shook his body with her hands and loudly told him to come to his senses. The protagonist looked tired and closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Yerin sat down and looked at him and said that he needed to rest. She looked ahead with a serious expression and said that they should go to the hospital. At the same time, Seo-hee, with an angry expression holding her injured arm and running forward, asked loudly, "Did she just go and climb in?" She gritted her teeth and wondered, "Who is Kang-woo? The number of his skills is too large. Moreover, he uses the skills of monsters from the dungeons. Could he really copy the skills of monsters? So he quickly jumped forward thinking that she should report everything to the master. Hao-en, hiding behind the building, clenched her hand into a fist, pulling out long claws. She quickly jumped out from behind the building with the intention of attacking So-hee. Hao-en, with a terrifying grin on her face, struck her body with her claws covered in mana. She left huge scratches emitting mana on the building and stopped. Hao-en, with an ominous look, turned to the side and asked where she decided to go. So-hee, with a fearful face, put her hand on her neck and asked, "Has she really gone crazy? What is Hao-en doing?" She, with an ominous look, raised her clawed hand and headed towards her. Hao-en, with a smile on her face, twirling her hair on her fingers, said that So-hee should understand the deplorable situation. She will tell her. She remembered the past telling about him. Hao-en put her hand on the earphone in her ear with a smile on her face and asked the master what to do with So-hee. Dong-hyun, putting out his cigarette on the ashtray, told her to get rid of her. He looked at his reflection in the window with a malicious smile and said that a hunter who failed to catch his prey must be killed. Hao-en, with a smile on her face, returned from the memory and said that the master said to kill her. So-hee, holding her hand on her neck, asked with horror what this means. Hao-en, with an ominous look, quickly jumped on her, attacking with her claws. After some time, Kang-woo woke up in a bright room. He looked ahead in surprise and asked if this was a hospital. The protagonist looked at Swayon on his bed. She, with tears in her eyes, called out to him in a dream by status. Kang-woo, illuminated by bright light, looked at her without saying anything. After some time, he got dressed and closed the door of the room in the hospital. The main character put his finger to the earphone in his ear. He turned on classical music on his phone. Kang-woo closed his eyes, holding the phone in front of him, and listened to the sounds of the music. The main character, with an irritated look, heard a loud ringing in his ears. He looked at the phone with the message that had come to it, and asked if it was really Yuri. She sent him a photo with a flower. Kang-woo looked at the photo and said that she had found it by accident. She was just lucky. Yuri wrote that she had her own old man. The main character closed his eyes and put his phone in his jacket pocket. He walked down the corridor and looked at Yerin standing. Kang-woo looked at her in surprise. Yerin, with a smile on her face, crossed her arms, said that her prediction was correct. She assumed that this could happen to him. Yerin, leaning against the wall, said that the main character should rest. His body is not in the best shape. Kang-woo took the earphone out of his ear and asked if everything was okay with her. She looked at him in surprise. The protagonist said with a stern look that he didn't think that the people from Eclipse would interfere with this. Yerin put her hand to her chin with a smile on her face and told him not to worry. She looked at him with an inspired look and said that those freaks from Eclipse were weak, and she was not an easy one either. Kang-woo said with a smile on his face that he was glad that she was okay. He thanked her and told her to convey his thanks to Seo-yeon as well. Yerin asked with red cheeks, "What do you mean convey?" He should have told her about it himself. The protagonist disagreed with her and said that it would be better this way, for Seo-yeon's sake. She looked at him in surprise. Kang-woo remembered the events of the novel and thought that Seo-yeon was a character who would follow Kang-woo. If they get close, everything would end the same way as in the story. Kang-woo held Seo-yeon's lifeless body with his hands in horror. The protagonist, calmly walking away, said that he would go. Yerin looked at him and said that if he had a reason for this, she would not pressure him. But could he just spare her a minute? She, with flushed cheeks, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, said that she wanted to tell him something. Kang-woo, looking interested, told her to speak already. Yerin said that about the body that he handed over to them recently. They were investigating the case, but it was difficult to identify him with the hunter's ID. There is a possibility that he forged the ID. She looked at the protagonist with a serious expression and said that with his permission, they would need more time to sort out this case. Kang-woo, calmly agreeing with her, told them to sort it out as long as it takes. Yerin, looking ahead, said that about Eclipse, about So-hee there is no information. So many people were involved before, but now everything is too quiet. The protagonist put his hand on his chin with a thoughtful expression and said that they might be trying to cover it up. Yerin nodded her head with a serious expression and said that she thought so too. However, they put all their efforts into eliminating Kang-woo. They even sent their guild leaders after him. The protagonist asked what she thought happened to Seo-hee. Yerin closed her eyes and raised her hand and said that she didn't think anyone knew anything about her. But she was most likely eliminated after the failed mission, which is what Dong-hyun would have done. Kang-woo looked ahead with a serious expression and thought about Seo-hee. He remembered what happened after the fight with her. The protagonist sighed and said that she didn't have to worry about her since Seo-hee had escaped. Seo-yeon put her hands on the shoulders of the falling Kang-woo. He quickly looked at the window that was popping up behind them. The dimension thief said that he had lived up to his status. When the protagonist wanted to level up, he should let him know. Kang-woo came out of the memories with a smile on his face and thought that they had a difficult relationship, but thanks to Seo-hee, he had a chance. The protagonist looked away and said that he would go. Yerin sadly put her hand on her hip and said that he might be chased, he should be careful. Kang-woo put his hands in his pockets and told her not to worry. He looked away with a smile on his face and said that he would go to a place where no one would find him. After some time, Shiwan put his hand on the bloody phone. It says that the Gwangju Guild was attacked by a gang from Taejun. He calmly leaned his face on his hand and looked at the phone and asked, did they really suddenly start a fight? It really irritates him, and he wanted to get them on their side. Shiwan leaned back in his chair and said that too many things have been going wrong lately. He thought that the River Taewa Guild had dealt with Taisu, and the Ulsan Guild. They still haven't found the one who took Taisu's left arm. They don't have enough information. Shiwan tapped his finger on the table and put the phone to his ear. The man spoke to him through the phone. Shiwan looked away and said that they needed to find out the reason for the collision between Eclipse and the High-End Guild from Gwangju. He asked to get his CCTV footage. After some time, the building stood under a clear sky illuminated by the bright rays of the sun. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, clenching his hand into a fist, said that it was time for him to start. The dimension thief said that he needed to clarify one thing before starting. In this task, if Kang-woo dies, it will be forever. He knows about it, right? The protagonist looked at him with a smile on his face and said that he knows about it. The constellation exam is held at the discretion of the constellation. Depending on the constellation, there are different types of tests. The only thing that unites all the tests is that the difficulty level will be high in any case. There are also cases when constellations arrange tests in order to get rid of a person. After all, after death, the contract is cancelled. Kang-woo thought with a serious look that he should challenge after he improves his skills. But he felt it during the fight with Seo-hee. He needs this promotion, he does not have time to think. He put his hand on his hip with a confident grin on his face and told him not to worry, when, like now. The dimension thief said that it means he worried for no reason and he follows his will. Kang-woo's body began to disappear after the dimension thief's words. He kept his hands in his pockets and moved to a dark place. The protagonist looked in surprise at the many ghosts of people. Kang-woo turned to the side and said that there were more spectators than he thought. It seemed like it would be a good debut. The dimension stealer, sitting in the highest place, said that he was glad that he liked it. He greeted the constellations with a bright glow and said that he was glad to welcome them to the debut of his contractor. Kang-woo looked at him from the ground amidst clouds of smoke. The dimension stealer said that during this test, the protagonist would share his fate and gain more power. If Kang-woo failed, he would die in the end. He extended a ball of light forward and asked them to share their holy power with him if they were interested in the outcome of this test. If the test was failed, the holy power would be returned to them. The protagonist's opponents would be hunters from another dimension. The choice of opponent would be up to Kang-woo. He looked ahead with a serious expression and thought that it might seem like he had a choice. But the key to success was gaining recognition from the constellations. An uninteresting fight would not satisfy them. Kang-woo sighed heavily trying to choose an opponent. The protagonist looked at the bright light in the sky breaking space into pieces with a smile on his face and said that he would choose it. All the constellations looked at him in surprise. The Lord of the Wild put his hand on his chin and said that this was interesting. He chose the one he could never defeat. The system window notified that the constellations, the Lord of the Wild and the Apostle of Justice, had donated holy power. Many system windows notified that everyone had donated holy power. A huge number of balls of light quickly flew to the side. Shiwan, with a smile on his face, said that it seemed that they had collected quite a lot of holy power. He was illuminated by a bright light descending down onto the battlefield and said that this was interesting. A battle with a creature from another dimension. The protagonist, with a confident grin on his face, raised his hand with a knife appearing. Kang-woo, with a confident look enveloped in blue mana, looked forward holding a weapon in his hand. He, with a smile on his face, created a rose in his hand and thought that this was a great chance. Now the mana is much more abundant and pure. Shiwan looked down with a smile on his face and asked, "Is he a healer or a sick patient?" The protagonist quickly bit off a rosebud and told him not to worry, because he is either. Shiwan, hanging in the air, asked what his level was. Kang-woo, enveloped in green mana, threw the rose stem aside and said that he was level 47. Shiwan asked with an arrogant look, does he really want to fight someone who has reached level 800? He raised his hand up and said that it was reckless. Apparently Kang-woo chose him to attract the attention of the constellations. But all he can show them is his death. Shiwan turned to the side and addressed the respected constellations and asked, isn't it a pity for them to come all this way here, just to return so quickly? He extended his hand forward with a smile on his face, showing 2 fingers and said that it was worth giving the protagonist a head start. Shiwan will only use 2 constellations. Kang-woo thought with a smile on his face that Shiwan would never miss the opportunity to address the constellations. All the constellations are eager to take the leading positions. As soon as they see these numbers, they are eager to sign a contract. The skilled manipulator asked, is it really only 2 constellations? The crazy mathematician said that he really wants to see his skills. The protagonist looked up at him and thought that all these countless constellations were captivated by one guy. He raised his weapon with a smile on his face, squeezing it in his hand, and thought that he thought differently. Some time ago, an assistant holding documents in his hand turned to the head of the Shiwan Guild and said that these were the documents he requested. Shiwan looked at the documents in his hand with an interested look and asked, is it really about the eclipse? The assistant closed his eyes and said that these were documents about communication with the abyss. The head with a thoughtful look said that everything was very complicated. On a piece of paper, a photo of Lee Hyun-suk, the Abyss Commander, was pasted with a caption that the Abyss Commander was answering questions regarding the Purification Guild. Shirhuan quickly tore the piece of paper and asked why he was so obsessed with this truth. He raised his hand with an ominous smile on his face, creating dark mana in it, and said that people would still believe what they wanted to hear. The leader put the torn documents on the table and asked if he was sure about this. The assistant, standing in front of the table, Shirhuan told him not to worry, because he also agreed. The leader said that all that was left was to send the request. After some time, Hyun-suk and Park Dong-jae, his only blood relative, were standing on the street. Dong-jae waved him off with an angry look and said that they were acting according to plan. At the same time, Sang-mi put her finger on the ringing phone, accepting a call from Commander Hyun-suk. She put the phone to her ear with a smile on her face. Hyun-suk asked, is it her? Sang-mi agreed with him and said into the phone that they hadn't talked for a long time. The commander said that he heard about what happened in Ulsan. It seems like they had to try hard? She put her hand on her side and said that they only messed around with weaklings. Someone else dealt with Taisu. Sang-mi confidently asked how they were doing with time. She had something to talk about with him. Hyun-suk held the phone to his ear and apologized and said that he didn't have the time for it now. He put his hand on his head with a tense look and said that he couldn't contact Dong-jae. Did he really get stuck in the dungeon again? Sang-mi remembered him with a smile on her face and asked if he really got into something again. She said loudly that he was the same as always. The commander looked at the phone in his hand with a smile on his face and said that Min Yuseok, the leader of the Abyss Squad, had already gone after him, so this matter would be resolved soon. Hyun-suk asked how about meeting up. The commander, smiling, sitting behind the chair, said that she had done a good job with the mission in Ulsan. Besides, they hadn't seen each other for a long time and could discuss plans in private. Sammy, looking happy, said loudly into the phone that she was only glad about it. In the present, Kang-woo quickly looked forward. The protagonist, standing under a powerful stream of dark mana, looked down. He used the self-defense skill and thought that Shiwan had already managed to break through his defense. He, with a smile on his face, surrounded by flying streams of mana, raised his finger up and told Kang-woo not to worry. He hadn't even shown his hidden abilities yet. The protagonist, with a grin on his face, clutching a weapon in his hand, thought that, just like in the story, its reload speed was very fast. It was better not to go against him without protection. Kang-woo, with a confident look, stood on one knee, leaning his hand on the ground, using protective armor. Shiwan, with a confident smile on his face, raised his hand, concentrating dark mana in it, and asked if they would check his clothes for resistance. He directed a rapidly flying purple flame forward and loudly told the main character to run if he wanted to live. Kang-woo quickly jumped aside from the dark mana exploding near him. Shiwan looked at him with a smirk on his face, directing a beam of mana from his finger and asked, did he really dodge? He moved his hands to the sides, directing wind arrows to the ground. Kang-woo, quickly running away from them, thought that he had encountered a similar skill before. But this one is on a completely different level. If even one arrow hit him, he would be finished. The protagonist used a quick dodge and quickly found himself aside from the fallen arrows. He looked up with a serious expression and thought that this means black magic. Information about his constellation of the Seeker of Black Darkness appeared above Shiwan's head. It stabilizes black magic, prevents mental and physical madness. Kang-woo thought that this was his first constellation. Shiwan loudly addressed the constellations and said that this insect turned out to be tenacious. They should not worry that everything will end quickly. The master manipulator said that it was quite annoying to mess around with such a turn of events. The Lord of the Wild asked, "Are they deliberately taking their time?" The Angel of War said that it was quite cruel. The Dimension Stealer glowed and said that he didn't know what to say. It seemed that it was too early to judge the results. Kang-woo quickly ran forward, leaving traces of mana behind him. He confidently raised his clenched hand with mana and thought that it was good that he didn't remain silent. Now it was his turn to act. The protagonist used his abduction skill, directing a huge hand of mana towards Shiwan. He looked in surprise at the hand of mana rushing towards his face. Shiwan, with a smile on his face, moved his hands to the sides and using his dispersion skill, dissolved the hand rushing towards him. Kang-woo gritted his teeth and thought, did he really just disperse and absorb it? Shiwan, with a smile on his face, hanging in the air among the remnants of mana, said that he didn't think he had such a skill. He should slightly reevaluate his skills. The protagonist quickly made a leap forward. Kang-woo used the teleportation skill and created several illusions and quickly attacked him, jumping up. Shiwan looked at him in surprise, surrounded by illusions. He used his space control skill and disappeared into the red crack that opened in the sky. Kang-woo, holding a weapon in his hand, quickly flew forward. The protagonist raised his leg and slid down the wall, leaving a scratch on it from the weapon. He clenched his teeth with an angry look and, holding the weapon stuck in the wall with his hands, looked at Shiwan. Kang-woo thought that this was his second constellation. Information about his constellation, the spatial conductor, appeared above Shiwan's head. It opens and closes spaces to facilitate movement. Kang-woo, with great force, leaning his feet on the wall, tried to get his weapon out of the wall. He confidently used a jump and quickly headed towards Shiwan, holding his weapon in his hand. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, thought that then how was he supposed to do this? He used a shadow step and quickly attacked him from different sides. Shiwan looked away with a smirk on his face and thought how desperately he was fighting. He would see what the protagonist was still capable of. Shiwan would burn his body in turn. He extended his hand forward, striking the shadows with an explosion of purple flame. Kang-woo used the exchange skill and held the knife in his hand and moved behind his back. Shiwan quickly turned to the side with an irritated look. Kang-woo confidently directed the weapon in his hand forward at great speed. He threw the knife at him with all his might, blowing up the air around him. Shiwan extended his hand with powerful red mana and blocked his blow. The knife disappeared into a bright spatial rift. The protagonist quickly headed towards him, creating several illusions. He quickly turned to the side with fear on his face. At the same time, Yuseok quickly put his hand on Dongji's shoulder. He turned to his side with fear on his face and asked, "What is this?" Dongji asked loudly, "Is it really Yuseok?" The squad leader, looking tired, stretched out his hand and breathed heavily, squeezing it. Dongji, looking confused, clenched his hands into fists and said what happened. Yuseok turned to the side, pressed his finger to his mouth and interrupted him, quietly telling him to shut up. He clenched his hand into a fist, covered his face and quietly told him to listen carefully. Yuseok received information that the Purification Guild was hunting them. Dongji looked at him with a frightened look. He, looking angry, clenched his hand into a fist and quietly asked if this was true. The man, hiding behind the building, listened to their conversation. Yuseok, fearfully, quickly ran forward, putting his hand on Dongji's shoulder and loudly said that there was no time for explanations. He needed to follow him. Dongji, running after him, agreed with his words. The commander, with a red face, clenched his teeth, turned to the side and thought that it was good that he had established communication in advance. The man looked at them in surprise. He looked forward with an angry expression, clenching his fist, and asked loudly, "What is this?" The guy holding the phone in his hand looked at him and asked, "What is this?" The man said loudly that they had lost sight of the target. Yuseok looked angry, quickly running forward, and clenched Dongji's hand. The protagonist looked away with horror on his face, gritting his teeth, and using a shield. Shiwan looked at the shadows of Kang-woo fighting on the ground. The protagonist, in surprise, kneeled down, leaning his hand on the ground, and looked at the circle of mana around him. Shiwan, surrounded by mana, said that he didn't seem to understand who he was dealing with. He asked with a terrifying expression, "How dare Kanha chase him?" Shiwan, using the oxidized skill, quickly hit the ground with an explosion of green mana. The protagonist, with a confident expression, quickly ran forward using the exchange skill. Shiwan looked down with an arrogant expression and said that it was useless. He extended his hand forward with a powerful stream of dark mana, using his skill to create a spatial rift. Kang-woo, with a drop of sweat on his face, turned to the side and thought that it was black and spatial magic. The protagonist, with a tense look holding a knife in his hand, quickly jumped to the side, looking to the side. Kang-woo headed towards the open rift at great speed. A powerful beam of dark mana hit the illusion, dissolving it. The protagonist quickly ran forward from the flying beam of mana. He, with an angry look moving his hand away from the beam, thought that it was impossible to keep up with it. Shiwan, with a smile on his face, holds his hand covered in red mana in front of him. A powerful beam of dark mana hit the running Kang-woo. The protagonist looked up in fear, coughing up blood from his mouth. A powerful explosion of mana shook the ground, with its power illuminating the space around with purple light. At the same time, Dong-jae and Yuseok quickly run forward along the street. Yuseok, turning to the side, loudly told him to be patient a little longer. They will run here and that's it. They looked forward with fear as they entered the dark room. Several men with guns in their hands looked at them. Yuseok looked around in surprise and asked loudly, "Are these really those guys?" A man with a sly grin on his face held a knife to Dongji's throat. The guy with a smile on his face told them to stand still and not move. "He doesn't want to see them kill him, does he?" Yuseok looked away with an angry look and loudly said that they were freaks. The guy with a smile on his face hit his back with a stick with great force. Dong-jae fearfully clenched his hand into a fist and loudly addressed Yuseok. The guy said that he didn't think it would be that easy. He ordered the guys to get out of here. Yuseok, with an angry look, lay on the ground and clenched his palm. He stretched out his shaking hand and loudly told them not to do this. The guy turned around, hearing Yuseok loudly call out to Dong-jae and loudly say that it was that voice. They quickly ran in the direction they heard the scream. The man clenched his fist and loudly asked Yuseok if he was okay. The commander was sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall, and covered his face with his hand and apologized to them and said that Dong-jae was kidnapped. The guy put his hand on his shoulder in surprise and loudly asked what that meant. Yuseok, with beads of sweat running down his face, clenched his teeth and holding his hand on his head, loudly said that he should have been more careful. The man looked at him and said that they would start searching. Which way did they go? The commander pointed to the side and said that they went there and turned left. They ran quickly in the direction he showed with confident faces and loudly told him to rely on them. Yuseok, with an ominous grin on his face, looked to the side and said that he relied on them. Shiwan flew closer to the explosion site and looked at the dark smoke rushing from below. He stretched out his hand with a smile on his face and addressed the respected constellations. He looked at them and asked if they enjoyed this show. Shiwan said with a smile on his face that even if it was for such a short time, it was an honor for him. He did not have time to finish speaking and turned towards the flying ball of light. Shiwan looked up at the bright glowing ball and wondered if the dimension hadn't closed yet. He looked at the bright smoke below and said loudly that it had. Kang-woo, with a smile on his face, holding a phone in his hand, came out of the smoke and thanked him. He listened to the music with a confident look and said that thanks to the time Shiwan spent talking, he was able to recover. Shiwan looked down with an angry look and thought that he thought the protagonist had died. He said that how dare he listen to music in his presence. Kang-woo, putting his phone in his jacket, told him to stop pouring out his soul. The protagonist, with a confident grin on his face, raised his hand with a weapon appearing in it, and said that now no attack will help him. Shiwan looked at him with a displeased look and asked what kind of nonsense is this. He released a very strong energy, and said that he will kill him, and he will not say such nonsense anymore. Kang-woo looked at him with a serious expression and thought that if he hit him this time, he would definitely die. But if he couldn't defeat him here, he wouldn't be able to defeat him in reality either. Shiwan looked at him with a smug smile and thought that he was definitely bluffing and even closed his eyes. He used the skill Assassin's Loyalty and released a very strong magic attack. Kang-woo stood still with a calm expression and dodged at the last moment with the skill Quick Dodge. Shiwan was very surprised by this and continued to watch him. He wondered with a shocked expression how he managed to dodge. Kang-woo turned to him with a confident smile and looked up. At the same time, Hyun-suk asked loudly with a shocked expression, was Dong-jae really kidnapped? Yoo-seok bowed to him and told the master that he apologized since it was his fault. Hyun-suk calmed down and said that he didn't need to apologize since it wasn't his fault. He sat down on his chair and said that they should sit down and talk in a calm environment. He looked at him with a serious expression and asked who it was. Yoo-seok sat down next to him and said that he wouldn't say it was an elite hunter squad. There's a high chance that their goal is money. They might be contacted through Dongji's phone. Hyun-seok thoughtfully thinks about everything he said. After a few seconds he said that it was a simple kidnapping or it was the work of the Purification Guild. It seems that they shouldn't rule out either of those options. He looked at the newspaper lying next to him and said that the Purification Guild has been getting more and more controlled lately. If they got information on him, then it's no wonder they took on Dong-jae. One way or another, they have to investigate this. He should contact the people who know that he is his uncle and make sure that the Purification Guild doesn't follow him. Yoo-seok started to get up from his chair and said that in that case he will do it right away. Hyun-seok said that he was relying on him. Sanmi would also arrive soon and could help them. Yoo-seok thought that it would be perfect if he could take this opportunity to deal with her. He turned around and said with a sly smile that he would obey him. At the same time, Shiwan said with a sly smile that he wouldn't be able to avoid this attack. He released a large amount of his energy and said that he was destined to die. Kang-woo closed his eyes and calmly thought that if he started to dodge the attack after it hit him he wouldn't be able to avoid it in time. But he could sense the mana contained in the enemy's skills. It was impossible in general. However, the mana flows in this place are much purer and more abundant, so he should be able to do it. He suddenly ran forward very fast with the skill acceleration and dodged all of his opponent's attacks. Shiwan was very surprised by his speed and watched his actions closely. Kang-woo continued to run forward with a sly smile and thought that his sensitivity to mana played into his hands. The Lord of the Wild asked, has he found his way? This man is worthy of being looked at by them. The vicious manipulator said that he is looking forward to the outcome of this fight. Shiwan, with a surprised and displeased look, asked loudly, how dare he decide to outshine him? He used the skill Assassin's Loyalty and created an explosion of dark energy. When the dust raised by the explosion cleared, he did not see him in the arena, and this confused him. Shiwan looked around with a worried look and wondered how he could disappear. Kang-woo used the skill teleportation and appeared behind him. He swung his dagger, which he channeled his energy into, and was about to strike. Shiwan noticed this with a surprised look and watched him use the decapitation skill. At the same time, the bandit took Dong-jae to the utility room and said that he should sit here quietly. If he interfered, he would start cutting off his fingers. After that, he left the room and closed the door behind him. Dong-jae looked at his tied hands and asked how he ended up in this situation and what was going on. Yoo-seok said that the Purification Guild was hunting him, but these guys were definitely not from that guild. The gray guy called on the phone and said that they captured Dong-jae as they ordered. He will come to check it out. Gwanhyun, who he called, said that it was easier than he thought. In 2 days, he will personally come for him. At the same time, Kang-woo did not finish his strike and his dagger stopped in front of Shiwan's throat. He couldn't complete his attack because his arm was bound by a chain made of magical energy. Kang-woo looked at him with a serious expression and said that it looks like he's already given up. He saw the system window, which said that it was the Constellation Absorber, which gave absolute defense against attacks from enemies whose level was 1/3 that of the skill owner. Kang-woo surprised him greatly by saying that he had activated 3 constellations. A sly smile appeared on his face, and he said that in any case, it seems like the winner has been decided. Kang-woo used his skill and jumped away from him a few meters. He said with a sly smile that he was willing to bet that he was willing to take back his words. The fallen prophet said that this was amazing. This caught Shiwan's attention, and he suddenly raised his head to look at the constellations. The fallen prophet said that he didn't think he would successfully use a skill that was blocked from him before. The drug lord asked, isn't this a skill that monsters use? The war god of the war hammer said that it was amazing that he was so skilled at handling it. He was looking forward to the continuation. Shiwan, with a very angry and worried look, thought that he couldn't lose to a guy who hadn't even reached level 50. He asked what kind of tricks he used. Kang-woo, with a calm look, said that he didn't use anything except stealth. Shiwan, with a smile, asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Where did he see a level 50 assassin with such a skill? Kang-woo, with a calm look, said that there was some truth to it. He looked at him with a sly smile and asked, however, he doesn't believe him, right? The Lord of the Wild asked, does he mean to say that he hid his true level from the beginning? He had exhausted his opponent, due to fatigue, he may well defeat him. The War Angel said that no one should reveal their cards to the opponent. Shiwan was very unhappy about what happened and clenched his hand into a fist. He started to fly into the air and a very strong flame appeared under his feet. He started to float above the ground and created a fire tornado above his head. He looked down with a serious expression and said that he admits that he probably underestimated him too much. He should let him show a little sincerity. At the same time, Sangmi, sitting on the bus, looked out the window and said with a smile that she hasn't seen Dong Jae and the commander for a long time. She took out her phone and said that she can finally fulfill her promise. She texted Kang-woo, does he remember the promise? She had an opportunity to fulfill it. If everything goes well, they will meet in Janghyun in 2 days. Kang-woo at this time looked at the huge flame above him and wondered if this crazy freak really decided to use this skill. The Lady of Light, watching what was happening, said that it was amazing. The great dictator said that he never thought he would have such a skill, even with his high level. Shiwan, holding his hand above his head to control his skill, said that he should have started with this. He looked at his opponent with a sly smile and said that he would burn him to ashes. He lowered his hand down with the same smile and directed all those flames towards him. Kang-woo stood in place and looked at it with a shocked look as it quickly approached him. Shiwan used the great red flame skill and because of it, a huge explosion occurred. A large cloud of smoke remained in the arena, and the constellation sitting in the stands watched what was happening. He looked down with a displeased look and said that he couldn't believe this. Isn't this a violation of the rules? Kang-woo stood in the same place with a sly smile, looking at him and covering his head with his hand. Shiwan looked at the destroyed arena and said that the constellation interfered with their fight. The Dimension Stealer said that he couldn't allow people to do too much in his dimension. Besides, he had already passed the test. Shiwan looked at him with a surprised and confused expression and asked, what did he mean? The Dimension Stealer said that he had completed his task. Now he could return. Immediately after that, a rift in space appeared behind Shiwan and began to pull him in. Due to his strong dissatisfaction, his hands began to tremble and he asked, what did this all mean? He shouldn't joke around with him. After these words, he was teleported back to the dimension he came from. The Dimension Stealer said that in order to avoid consequences, he erased his memory and sent him back to his dimension. Kang-woo, with a slightly worried expression, thought that he was on the verge of death. Although he suspected that such a thing could happen. Although one could say that it was obvious. During the constellation test, there were extremely dangerous situations, but he still received support. This means that he completed the task. He put away his dagger with a small smile, and said that in that case they should move on to the reward. The Dimension Thief told the respected constellations that they themselves knew this very well. Looking at the amount of holy power, the result is obvious. The Battle Angel said that it was an amazing sight. The Lord of the Wild said that it was a pity that he got it. Don't they think that it would have suited him better? The Dimension Thief, unhappy with this, said that he would kick him out if he continued to talk such nonsense. Apocalypse said that he had become interested in him too. He would continue to watch him, and would never forget this sight. Kang-woo looked at the system windows appearing around him with a smile and thought that thanks to this test, he was able to leave a good impression of himself. The Dimension Thief said that they were all showing too much interest in his ward. He would allow them to do so, but only today. The holy power gathered from the constellations went to Kang-woo and the system announced that it was being converted into experience points. The Dimension Thief said that he congratulated him on completing the test. After returning, he would gain new skills. He would look forward to his growth. After that, Kang-woo returned to his dimension and the system announced that the level had been raised to 101st. He looked at this system window with a smile and said that now he had finally reached a worthy level. A few more system windows appeared in front of him and he was surprised by what he saw there. It said that the basic skill of the assassin class, Soul Imprint, had been acquired. Skills are improved with the advanced Soul Imprint depending on the strength of the constellation. You can leave an imprint on 5 items. These items can be freely exchanged within 100 meters. Kang-woo said that it will be easier for him now. During the time with Sohee, he encountered difficulties with weapons. Perhaps he should put an imprint on all the useful weapons he has. The system notifies that the Dimension Thief is a neutral constellation. It is a constellation with special abilities for stealing skills and upgrading skills. First, it maintains mastery of all skills at maximum. Second, it allows you to steal an enemy's skill. Third, if he kills another hunter, the contract for his constellation will be stolen. Kang-woo looked at this and said that the newly discovered characteristic is quite useful, but he does not think he will use it often. The system notifies that upon reaching level 100, the constellation Master Yawabi will grant him a chance to Yawabi. Kang-woo said that it happens that different items that are not compatible with each other are mixed, and this creates problems for the character. If he does not take advantage of this, he will regret it. He clicked on one of the 3 cards that he decided to take. After that, the system notifies that the constellation Master Yawabi has created a good item. The ability to use a skill once. He can copy one skill 100% from a hunter. Kang-woo said with a wide smile that if he could copy the skill Shiwan Great Red Flame, it would be nice. Getting a skill that is not available to anyone from the assassin class is cool. He has someone in mind, but the problem is that he is an infamous person who is currently in China. He received a call on his phone and it caught his attention. He answered the call and Yeren said that she was happy that he got in touch. How is he feeling? Kang-woo said that she shouldn't worry since he was fine. She said that it was great news. It seemed that the Eclipse Guild had finally quieted down. If he had some free time, would he like to take on an easy quest? Kang-woo asked what kind of quest it was. Yeren said that he would need to mine something. A new mine had been discovered in Hongqian. The Freedom Stone. It was a stone similar to a magic stone that required mana to mine. It was needed to create certain items, but it was extremely rare since there were almost no mines to mine it from. It seemed that the reward would be worthy. Kang-woo said with a smile that he would be able to start doing this quest tomorrow. The next day, in a dungeon located outside of Hongqian, the surprised miners stared at something and said nothing. Kang-woo sat on the ground and used his magic with a serious look. A smile appeared on his face, and he thought that it would be great to dig it up and go meet Sammy right away. He wants to get to the Abyss Commander as quickly as possible. Because of the strict security measures, it is impossible to access it without a middleman. Kang-woo continued to use his magic and saw a very strong energy, which attracted the attention of the miners standing nearby. He looked at the place where this energy was coming from with a smile, and said that it was here. He used the skill Bleeding Strike to strengthen the blow of his pickaxe and immediately found the desired stone. Kang-woo looked at this with a slightly tired look and wiped the sweat from his face. He took the stone for himself and said that this would be enough. The surprised miners looked at him and said that he did it in an instant. Is he really that sensitive to mana? Maybe he is a high-level hunter? Kang-woo heard someone cry out in pain and immediately turned towards the voice. A guy with a disgruntled look and a sword in his hand attacked the miner and asked loudly why are they just taking up the workplaces. Do they really want to be laughed at? He noticed Kang-woo who had a lot of stones and asked who he was. Did he really think to hide these stones for himself? He took up his sword and went along with other armed men towards him. They all go towards him together and this guy asked, "This way is better than digging by yourself, right?" Kang-woo remembered his past because of this situation, and with a serious look thought that all these guys are the same. He took out his dagger and thought that this is not the best scenario, but it does not matter. Suddenly someone shot at a group of these guys and a strong magical explosion occurred. Kang-woo looked at it with a surprised look and wondered what was that. Several wounded guys fell to the ground and their leader, who was not affected by the explosion, loudly asked what was that. Where did it come from? The man with the scar on his face stared at them and pulled back his arrow to shoot his bow. He fired and hit one of the bandits from a long distance. The bandit leader turned towards those who attacked them with a very displeased look and asked loudly, "Who are these idiots?" The man who fired the bow adjusted his mask and asked, "Was he the one talking about them?" Kang-woo, standing next to the bandits, looked at him in surprise and noticed the devil's mask. The girl raised her shotgun and fired a shot using magical energy. The bandit leader managed to run to the side and her shot hit one of his subordinates. He pointed at them with his hand and said loudly that they should surround and destroy them. The bandits ran up to them very quickly and started fighting them in close combat. Suddenly, one of the bandits was hit from behind by a knife, which caused him to die immediately. The girl with the shotgun was very surprised at what had just happened. Kang-woo looked at them with a serious expression after throwing his dagger and taking out another one. He took the dagger in his right hand and using the short distance jump skill, he ran past the bandits very quickly and killed several of them. The man with the bow holds back one of the bandits and watches what is happening on the battlefield. The leader of the bandits was very angry because he attacked his subordinates and called him a freak. He ran towards him with his sword in his hand and loudly said that he will kill him. The girl with a worried look loudly warned Kang-woo about the danger, which made him immediately turn around. Using his new skill, he took the dagger with his imprint stuck in the bandit's throat. He struck back very quickly and dodged the sword strike. He looked at the bandit trembling in pain with a smile, and said that it was very easy. Kang-woo pulled out his dagger, and the bandit's body fell to the ground. The girl looked at him and thought it was amazing that he dealt with them in just a few seconds. What caught his attention was that the man with the scar used fire magic and defeated the remaining bandits. After that, he walked towards him and said that as expected, his skills were amazing. He took off his mask and said with a smile that he never thought he would meet him in such a place. He surprised Kang-woo by telling him his full name. After this battle, a miner who was attacked by the bandits came to them and said that he was grateful to them for saving him. His name is Mr. Jung Se-hyun, right? The man agreed and said that they were all safe now. Kang-woo looked at him and thought that this was Jung Se-hyun's team that he was leading. He is a man whose goal is to free the exploited hunters. He has enough power to destroy oppressors without listening to their excuses, and he was nicknamed the Silent Judge. While trying to defeat Eclipse, he died at the hands of Dong-hyun. Kang-woo asked how he knew his name. Seon said that for sure, he didn't explain anything. He got information about him from his man who was embedded in the Eclipse Guild. He surprised him by personally dealing with Sohee. Kang-woo looked at him with a serious expression and thought that probably everyone in Eclipse already knew about it. He asked if they could call him Jung Sung-gyu instead of his real name. Also, if they don't mind, he would like to exchange contact information with each of them. What he said surprised them a lot, and they looked at him with bewilderment. Seon said loudly that it was an honor for him. The girl said that her name was Bang Seon, and she knew that he was good at support. Kang-woo looked at her and thought that she seemed to be a relative of Se-hyun. He looked at his phone at this time and said that according to the insider's information, the Eclipse Guild was still hunting him. He raised his head with a serious expression and said that he should be careful. The next day in Hongcheon, Gangwon Province. Kang-woo looked at his phone and thought that this was not a bad quest. The payment was worth the time spent. He remembered that Yeren looked at the freedom stones he took out and said that she would add another 15 million to the payment. Kang-woo continued to look at his phone and thought that now there was only one task left. Sang-mi approached him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She asked him with a big smile, how was he doing? After some time, the two of them arrived at Gyeonggi Province, the headquarters of the Abyss. They approached a man in uniform and Sang-mi asked if he could notify the commander that guests were waiting for him. Kang-woo looked around and thought that there were as many guards here as in his story. The soldiers immediately greeted Hyunsuk, who had just arrived, and called Sang-mi by name. She turned to him and called out loudly with a cheerful voice for the commander. He said with a big smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He noticed Kang-woo standing next to her and asked with a serious look, who was standing next to her. Sang-mi said with a smile that he came with her. Kang-woo said that he could call Sung-gyu. Hyunsuk looked at him with a serious expression and said that it was nice to meet him. He should wait for a while. After that, Kang-woo sat alone in the office and thought that this already seemed like isolation. Even though they were very careful about safety, this was too much. A smile appeared on his face. He remembered the scenario and thought that Hyunsuk only had one reason to be so careful at this moment. In any case, he was here at the right time. He would be able to gain his trust. At the same time, Sang-mi asked loudly with a very surprised expression, was Dong-jae seriously kidnapped? Hyunsuk calmly said that he was sorry for having to treat her guests like that. He couldn't do otherwise since it was an emergency. Sang-mi said that it was strange anyway. How about entrusting this task to her guest? He was the one who helped her in Ulsan. His skills are obviously good. Hyunsuk asked with a serious expression, is she suggesting sending an outsider on such a task? Sang-mi said that he was trustworthy, so there was no need to worry. Maybe she should talk to him in person? He wanted to meet him anyway. After that, she left the office and Kang-woo came inside and sat down opposite him. Hyunsuk said that he heard that he was looking for a meeting with him. He looked at the commander with a serious expression and said that he would be honest with him. He wants to get support from the Abyss. Hyunsuk was surprised by this and thought, does he want to get support from them? He said that as he already knows, the public doesn't speak very well of them. Plus, they have a long and unfinished conflict with the Purification Guild. He doesn't think that's the best place to get support. Kang-woo said with a serious expression that it's obvious that the abyss is partially under the Purification Guild's control. However, he is successfully resisting them. Doesn't that mean he has great power? That's why he came to him. Compared to other reputable places and larger guilds, he could get a much better reward. Kang-woo thought it was a reasonable offer. The abyss had a significant number of dungeons and other riches. And their leader Hyun-seok also had high-level skills. If he immediately declared his desire to join his guild, it would be suspicious. If he kept the right distance, it would guarantee his safety. It was best to create business relationships based on trust. Kang-woo said that he didn't think it was an easy path. If he supported him, he would provide them with appropriate assistance. Hyun-seok said that it turned out that he wasn't afraid of the prejudices about his guild. He also liked the fact that he didn't try to win his favor with lies. They had the same goal in the abyss. He didn't think he could immediately entrust him with high-priority tasks as the commander-in-chief. At the same time, the guy clicked his tongue in displeasure and said that they needed to move him to the farthest room. He was leading Dunge and asked with a very displeased look who he was that they were keeping such a close eye on him. It seemed that someone from his family was an important person. The boss was even planning to raise the stakes. He had heard that the amount was already quite large. Would they be able to pay the ransom if the amount increased? The second bandit said with a smile that of course it was. He leaned over to his partner and said that he had heard that the customer was the Purification Guild. The bandit said loudly in a good mood that if that was really the case, then that was cool. These bastards care about their image, so blackmail will work. They opened the door and one of the bandits kicked Dunge into the room and loudly said that he should quickly go inside. Suddenly they heard a loud sound that attracted their attention, and one of them loudly asked what was going on there. Another bandit, closing the door to the room, said that if he wanted to stay alive, he should sit quietly. He slammed the door and said that from now on a real monster would be watching him. At the same time, a huge man walked down the corridor and stopped next to the door. Dunge was sitting in a dark room and wondered where they got this information from. He and his uncle had tried to hide their family relationship. It was obvious that the Purification Guild would threaten his uncle by holding him hostage. The entire abyss would be in danger afterwards. He looked at his tied hands and asked why he was so weak. His hands were filled with energy, and he said that if only someone were next to him now. At the same time, Kang-woo was driving a car and Yeren said on the phone that she had a task for him. This was a request to find and save a kidnapped person. A high reward would await him for successfully completing the task. She would send him all the information. Kang-woo agreed and said that he would contact her when he was done. Immediately after that, she sent him a photo of Dong-jae, whom he would have to save. He remembered Hyun-suk's words about not being able to give him important tasks, and said that even though he refused, in the end he still had to save Dong-jae, because he was the only member of his family. He needed to make an impression, and then Hyun-suk would consider his request. And he would also be able to prevent the internal conflict in the abyss. After some time, Kang-woo arrived in the Gimcheon district. He created energy in his hand and said that he would finally be able to use it. The power obtained from the constellation test. After some time, at the building where Dong-jae was being held, a man goes up to the entrance of the building and says that his shift is over. The guard who was told this went inside and wished his colleague a good shift. He went inside and they did not notice that someone else had snuck inside. Kang-woo entered the building with his skill and saw one of the bandits telling the others that they should get ready because a client would be arriving soon. He thought that it seemed like that someone was coming for Dong-jae. If we look at the narration from Shiwan's point of view, it was written that Hyun-seok, who was spreading rumors about the Purification Guild, would be taught a lesson through his nephew Dong-jae. Although the kidnapping process was not described in detail, he instructed Tae-sok to kidnap him. He would definitely come for him personally. The man walked up to the car that stopped in front of the building and said that he welcomed him. The boss was already waiting. The man who got out of the car was Gwan-hin, who was looking at him with a smile. Kang-woo was looking at them through the glass door while they were talking about something. He quietly ran between the bandits standing in the hallway and thought that now was the perfect time, so he should hurry. He passed by all the guards standing on the stairs and in the hallway unnoticed and was able to go down to the lowest floor. Kang-woo looked into the dark hallway and thought that there was almost no guard on this floor. He looked around and wondered if there was really anyone here. Maybe he should have started from the lowest floor? He was very surprised when he noticed a very strong man who swung his fist and looked right at him. At the same time, the leader of the Black Bones gang, Shinjuno, extended his hand with a smile and said that he never thought that such a precious guest would personally visit them. It was a great honor for him. Gwanhyeon extended his hand back and said that he was glad to meet him. Juno said that they had put a lot of money and effort into this task. Gwanhyeon asked if maybe they should have involved more people. Then they could have done it faster. Juno asked if such an important matter deserved more payment. He of all people should know about this, since he is one of the leaders of the Purification Guild. Gwanhyeon looked at him with a serious expression and asked how much he wanted. Juno happily said that he knew that he could negotiate with him. How about doubling the fee? Gwanhyeon looked at him with a very serious expression and thought that he had decided to cross the line. However, if everything ends well, most of the assets of the Abyss will be received by their guild. He said that perhaps he should agree, but first he should check everything. Jinho started to get up from his seat and said that he doesn't have to worry. He pointed behind him and said that they can check everything right now. They went out into the hallway and Gwanhyeon said that it seemed like he was confident in his security. Jinho asked with a satisfied smile, there was a lot of money at stake, right? Even if a high-level hunter were to invade their place, they would do everything to ensure the hostage's safety. Does he happen to know what a madman is? He was talking about the big man who was currently delivering a very strong blow to Kang-woo, who managed to dodge the blow. He ran a few meters away from him and thought that it was a Russian monster, enhanced by various drugs, a madman. During the training process, they are deprived of personality, so they become killing machines, unable to distinguish between friend and foe, with the exception of their master. Now he understands why there were no other guards here. Did he notice him because of the smell? Apparently, the drugs enhance all of his senses. Kang-woo looked at the man who was quickly running towards him, swinging his arms, and thought that he had a sense of smell like an animal. The man struck very hard with his palms, but Kang-woo managed to use the skill quick dodge and ran behind him. He took out his dagger and thought that if he was guarding this door, then his target was inside. They both quickly ran to this door, and he used the skill bleeding strike, which wounded the man. He looked at him with a very angry expression, and Kang-woo said with a smile that of course he would not let him pass so easily. At the same time, on the upper floors, Gwanhyeon said that it means they have madmen. It is not so easy to find such in Korea. Jinho walked next to him and said with a smile that even high-level hunters cannot cope with him. In addition, a strengthening spell was cast on the door. This means that security is at the highest level. They heard a loud growl and it made them very worried. He thought with a very scared look, what just happened? At the same time, the man struck the ground with a very strong fist, but Kang-woo used the short-range jump skill and dodged this blow. He looked at the elevator next to him and thought that the Black Bones would be here very soon. Should he deal with him, or should he try to open the door? He looked with a smile at the man's fist, which was flying towards him, and thought that he had a great idea. He used the teleportation skill to appear behind this man and ran forward. He immediately noticed that Kang-woo was behind him and turned sharply towards him. He ran after him very quickly to prevent him from opening this door. He used the acceleration skill and the man hit the door with his blow, which broke the spell. He received very bad injuries from this blow and blood flowed from his nose. After some time, Jinho went down to the right floor and was very surprised when he saw a man who had one hand cut and was covering his face with the other. He looked around with a dissatisfied and worried look and said that someone was definitely here. He remembered that a few minutes ago he said that he would go first to check everything, and he could go down a little later. Jinho looked at the wounded man and asked who did this. However, there was nothing to worry about, because he had prepared 2 more in advance. At the same moment, Kang-woo, who was able to enter the room, saw these 2 madmen who were protecting Dongji. He, sitting next to these guards, looked at him and wondered who he was. Was he on his side or not? Kang-woo remembered that when he was driving in the car, Yerin told him that she would send him the basic information. He had an active special item. He would have to show this code to confirm his identity. At the same moment, Kang-woo, with a very serious look, showed him this code that was sent to him earlier. Don-jae looked at this code with a surprised expression and thought that now he had no doubt that his uncle had sent him. One of the madmen started to scream loudly and quickly ran towards him, swinging his weapon. He struck the ground with his axe very hard, and Kang-woo managed to jump to the side. He was surprised when he saw 2 madmen running quickly towards him. Don-jae looked at this with a serious expression and thought that he was tired and had almost no mana. He had to use his skills effectively. The man with the axe quickly ran forward and was about to attack with his axe. which he held in one hand. Kang-woo used the speed skill and ran past him very quickly. He looked at the second man who stood in his way with a serious expression and thought that these two freaks were really bothering him. Dong-jae watched what was happening with a surprised expression and thought that he was only doing what he did, avoiding them and not even trying to defeat them. Was he trying to get to him? Kang-woo uses the speed skill again and dodges the man's attack. Dong-jae realized that now was the right time, directed his energy at him, and used the ability enhancement skill. Kang-woo, who was about to be hit with an axe, said with a smile that he was quite smart. While this buff was in effect on him, he used speed again and ran very quickly between the two madmen. He ran up to Dong-jae, turned to his opponents, and said that he did a great job. Kang-woo looked at these madmen. He put his hand on the hostage's shoulder and said that now everything is ready. The two run very quickly towards them and have already swung their weapons to attack him. Kang-woo's body becomes transparent, and he said that they have had enough. He used the teleportation skill and they both disappeared the moment the madmen struck with their weapons. At the same moment, Jinho runs into the room with the man who was injured earlier. He looked around the room with a very worried look and asked what happened here. He asked loudly in a shocked voice where the hostage went. Kang-woo, who had just teleported, said that everything had gone well. He was interested in seeing such a victory. He looked at Dong-jae, who was sitting next to him, and thought that he had great buffs. The battle was easier for him with him by his side. Thanks to the fourth teleportation skill, a successful escape was guaranteed. The system window said that the fourth skill allows you to teleport to the last designated save point without a distance limit. It can be used once a day, with a maximum of 2 people. Dong-jae said that he was grateful to him for saving him. He looked at him and sighed with relief, saying that thanks to him, he was alive. Kang-woo said that it was not time to thank him yet. Dong-jae asked with a slightly surprised look, what did he mean? Kang-woo said that there was something he would have to do. At the same time, Gwang-in asked with a displeased look, did he think he had a problem with his eyes? For some reason, he didn't see a hostage here. In this situation, he won't be able to pay them the money. Jinho got so angry about what happened that he started shaking. He couldn't take it anymore and asked loudly, is he crazy? Does he know how much money they spent on this mission? He pointed his finger at him and said loudly that they should catch him. Immediately after that, the man who was standing next to him ran towards him. Gwan-hien very quickly took out his weapon and defeated the huge man with one blow. Jinho looked at this with a very scared look and thought, did he just defeat the man with one blow? Gwan-hien very quickly put the blade of his halberd to his throat and said that he should be the one asking him if he was crazy. If he valued his life, then he should shut up and get to work. He should do everything possible to bring Dong-jae to him. Jinho quickly ran to the exit and said loudly in a scared voice that they would reconsider their plan of action. Gwang-in watched him run out of the room and wondered how and who knew about this place. He intentionally placed the request in a place that had no contact with the Purification Guild. He even came here in person because he was afraid of information leakage. Maybe he was being bugged? At the same time, the soldier from the abyss loudly said that there was nothing on this side. Yuseok waved his hand and loudly said that if they found anything, they should immediately report it to him. Suddenly, his phone started vibrating due to a notification. He received a message saying that there was a suspicion of bugging. If he sees this text, he should turn off his cell phone. The meeting place and time will be changed, and he will have to bring Hyunseok there. A wide smile appeared on Yuseok's face, and he said that there is still a little time left. At the same time, at the Abyss headquarters, the commander was sitting at the table, looking very worried that he had entrusted this matter to a stranger. They were continuing to search with Sangmi and Yuseok, but there was no progress. Even if he couldn't replace his parents, he had to take care of his safety, but he couldn't even do that. Suddenly, his phone started ringing, which knocked him out of his thoughts. He immediately answered the call from Yuseok, who said that they had contacted him and said that Dong-jae was safe. However, they wanted money for him, and he would have to come to the meeting alone. Hyunseok immediately got up from the couch, hoping that he had a chance to save him, and said loudly that he was on his way. Where would he have to go? After a while, Yuseok entered the building and said that he thought something had gone wrong, but in the end, everything went fine. Dong-jae was very surprised when he saw him, and was about to ask him something because he suspected him of betrayal. Yuseok put his hand on his shoulder with a kind smile and apologized to him, and said that it was not his fault but his uncle's. Kang-woo came out of the shadows and caught their attention by saying that he was grateful for their work. Yuseok was surprised when he saw him and said that he had met someone else last time. Is Shin Tae-suk not coming today? Sang-mi entered the building and said that it was such a pity. She said with a very displeased look that she hoped that it was just a misunderstanding. Yuseok asked with a shocked look how could this happen. He wanted to say something about Shin Tae-suk, but he didn't have time because Dong Jae untied his hands and said that if this was the work of the leaders of the Purification Guild, then most likely they are looking in Gimchin now. He ran very quickly towards Kang-woo and Yuseok was very surprised by what happened. He guessed about the message he received and was about to say something about it, but Kang-woo understood what he wanted to say and agreed with him. He showed him the phone and said that they were the ones who sent the message. He advised him to turn off the phone to avoid trouble, and he obediently followed his advice. Yuseok asked loudly with a very dissatisfied look, did he really suspect him all this time? Dong Jae turned around and said that the more he thought about it, the stranger it became. How many people know that he and his uncle are family? When Mr. Sunggi said that there was a rat among them, then he immediately understood everything. Right after that, he thought of him. The ones who kidnapped him wouldn't have been able to defeat him so easily. Kang-woo turned to him and thought that if he had taken him to Hyeonseok, there was no way he would have been able to catch Yuseok. Even though they had to go to great lengths, they had no other choice. He said that he now knew what kind of person he was. He said with a sly smile that he had witnesses and even a recording. The Abyss commander definitely wouldn't let this go. Yuseok was really angry about what was happening, and he gritted his teeth and called them freaks. At the same time, a member of the Purification Guild held out a memory card and said that this was the data he asked for. Shiwan took it and asked what data he was talking about. The man said that this was the CCTV data from Songjong Station in Gwangju. Most of it was damaged, but some of it was still intact. Shiwan looked at it with a sly smile and said that he needed to check it right away. He turned on the video from the memory card and started watching the video, which was extremely staticky. He said with a serious expression that one of them seemed to be from Eclipse. He looked at Kang-ha and said that he was different though. He looked at him with a thoughtful expression and said that it was strange, since he had seen it somewhere before. At the same time, Sammy asked if he was not happy with being the second in command of the Abyss. Yuseok bit his lip and asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about the Abyss. He got angry and said loudly that all the good items, the power, they were wasting it all on a futile goal, to resist the Purification Guild. Who needs this Abyss anyway? It suits the gang more. He pointed his finger at Dong Jae and said with a displeased expression that he did understand what he was talking about. He felt embarrassed by this and was about to say something, but Sammy said that he should stop. It was time for them to finish, since they would not be able to understand each other anyway. Kang-ha thought that he should listen to him some more. In the end, the Abyss would be sold to the Purification Guild. Suddenly, Yuseok pulled out his submachine gun and said that, however, it was not too late, he had to finish with them. Sang-mi grabbed her sword hanging on her back and asked, "Is he serious?" Kang-woo took out his dagger and said that it seemed like he still hadn't come to his senses. Yuseok started shooting and said loudly that they should die. At that moment, Hyeonseok ran into the building and cut off his hand with a submachine gun with a quick swing of his sword. Because of this, a very strong explosion occurred that burst out through the roof. Kang-woo and the others stood there with a serious look and silently watched what was happening. Hyeonseok with a very serious face pierced the traitor who was looking at him with an angry look. With a sharp movement of his hand, he pulled his sword out of his body, and he immediately fell to the ground. He put his sword back in its sheath and silently looked at the body of the deceased Yuseok for a few seconds. Dong Jae, surprised by what happened, loudly called out for his uncle. Hyun-suk walked towards him and said that he was very glad that he was safe now. He asked with a small smile, "How about going back to the headquarters?" Dong Jae smiled too, agreed and asked, "Does he have a choice?" Kang-woo looked at them with a smile and thought that it was even easier. Hyun-suk turned to him and said that if they don't mind, he would like to invite them to the headquarters too. He wants to thank them for saving Dong Jae. Kang-woo happily agreed to this and thought that he still had something to talk about with him. Hyun-suk walked towards the exit with a smile and said that he would bring the car here then. Sang-mi ran after him and said that she would look around just in case. They had come a long way, so they should stand here and rest. Dong Jae asked with a worried look, "He was nothing more than a piece of trash, right?" Kang-woo turned to him and asked why he decided to ask him such a thing. Dong Jae looked at the floor and said that what he heard made him think so. He knows that his uncle does good things. But he doesn't think that he can live the same way as his uncle. It hurts him when he gets hurt. Just like Yusuk did. Kang-woo caught his attention by saying with a serious expression that he was the same way. He walked to the side and said that he didn't want to give up his safety to save the world. He turned around and said with a small smile that he should live the way he sees fit. However, in his opinion, he shouldn't give up on his family. After a short period of time, Si-hwan asked if Dong-jae suddenly disappeared and they lost contact with Yusuk. Gwang-hyun said with a tense expression that he was very sorry. Si-hwan said with a serious expression that, as expected, he made a bad choice. They won't need him anymore. They should get rid of this trash and cover their tracks. Gwang-hyun, who was standing next to the two guild men, looked at the many corpses of the bandits and said that he listened to him. Jinho, who looked very scared, tried to crawl away from him through all the corpses and begged him not to come near him. Gwang-hyun, who looked serious, mercilessly stepped on his back and stabbed his halberd into him, causing him to feel a lot of pain. He pulled out his weapon and told the guild men that they should burn everything here. Also, they should remember to make a report. Shiwan said that he really wanted to destroy them. Nothing bad happened, they would still have a chance to deal with the abyss. Right now, he wants to focus more on this. He watched the videos of Kang-woo and said that he never thought he would find the answer in such an unexpected place. He said that so he was the one responsible for this, right? Then he should start with her. Sometime later, at the Abyss headquarters in northern Gyeonggi province, Dong-jae lay down on the bed and said that he could live in peace now. Sang-mi sat next to him and said with a smile that he had done a good job in his role. How did he manage to get out of there? He raised his finger and said that it was all thanks to Mr. Sung-gyu. After all, he knew Yuseok's number and used a secure text message that didn't indicate the sender's name. That's why he came back safely. Tomorrow, he would tell his uncle what he had been putting off for so long. Sang-mi was happy about this and said that it was a great idea. She wondered if it was Sung-gyu who gave him this idea? She said with a smile that it was time for her to go to bed too. She waved at him and wished him a good rest. At the same time, in the office, Hyun-seok bowed and said that he was grateful to him for saving his nephew. Kang-woo said that he just completed a task, like always. Hyun-suk recalled the past when he spent time with Yuseok and said with a smile that they had walked side by side for a long time, and he was his subordinate whom he trusted too much. If it weren't for him, something irreparable would have happened. Could he reconsider his answer to his proposal? Kang-woo said that of course he could. He thought that everything was going very well so far. Hyun-suk said that he wanted to ask him something. This caught Kang-woo's attention and he asked what he was talking about. The commander asked with a serious look, for what benefit did he help the abyss? Kang-woo was very surprised by this question and asked with a confused look, what did he mean? Hyun-suk said that he had a conflicting feeling after helping him catch the traitor. Most likely, he did it not for him, but for the abyss. Kang-woo thought that he could not remain silent any longer. He said that he was right. As the opponent of the Purification Guild, his interests were the well-being inside the abyss. Hyun-suk was surprised by this answer and asked what he meant. Kang-woo said with a serious expression that, however, he could not give up his safety, so he kept his distance. Hyun-suk lowered his head with a small smile and said that he understood everything now. He started to take something out of his jacket pocket and said that this answer was enough for him. If he needed support, he could tell him about it. He handed him the item he was looking for and said that if he wanted to meet him alone, he could use this. Kang-woo took it and said that he would gladly accept it. Hyun-suk sighed and said that he was glad that he was opposing the Purification Guild. Currently, Shiwan and Gwang-in have a secret alliance. He doesn't know their goal, but they do strange things, so it's better to stay away from them. Kang-woo thought with a small smile, did he already know about the existence of the 13 stars? Then that would be enough to change the course of the game. Hyun-seok stood up from his seat and said that it was already quite late and he should go to bed. Kang-woo also stood up and said that he would only stay here for a day. He thought with a smile that now he had eliminated the main danger inside the abyss. He would put more and more pressure on Shiwan. The next day, Dong-jae asked with a dissatisfied look, didn't he say that it would be enough for them to keep in touch? Hyun-seok stood next to him and said that he should stay in Gyeonggi province. Dong-jae asked, wouldn't it be better if someone like him was always at hand? Sang-mi watched them argue and said that she was wondering how much they would change after what happened. Kang-woo looked at them with a calm look and thought that people don't change that easily. If you think about it, even in the story he showed interest in Kang-woo's abilities. Although the two had never met before because of the Purification Guild. Dong-jae turned to them with an embarrassed smile, apologized, and said that it wouldn't happen again. Kang-woo walked towards him and said that he could call him brother. They would see each other often in the future. Dong-jae was surprised by this and asked with an embarrassed look, "Is that really true?" Kang-woo looked at him and thought that he was an excellent buffer and had other qualities. He needed to take advantage of this. He said with a sly smile that they could even exchange contacts. Dong-jae immediately took out his phone with a happy smile and agreed with him. After that, Kang-woo turned around and said that it was time for him to go. Sang-mi looked at him with a displeased look and asked if he was already leaving. They were going to eat after all. Hyun-suk extended his hand to him and said that he could call him anytime if he needed anything. They shook hands and he said that he was looking forward to their next meeting. After that, Kang-woo walked away from them in the other direction. His phone started ringing. He answered it right away and asked if something was wrong. Yerin said that she was very glad that he answered the phone right away. She found out about the identity of the body that was found. At the same time, Shiwan looked at Sohee's file and said that he heard that she was sent after an escapee from the Kianmayan camp. They threw so much effort for one escapee. Where is she now? The guild members said that he was looking into the matter. It seems that she was removed from this case. Now Gwangju is under the control of another person, and he also learned that they are pursuing Sohee. Shiwan looked at her file again and wondered if it was because she failed the mission. She pursued the target and even entered into battle. It seems that he has enough information. He said that they will have to find her. Maybe she's hiding under a fake name. They should start searching from there. Does he have any other information? The guild member said that there was information that the Cheonan Guild was providing support. Shiwan was surprised by this and wondered if Yerin knew him. Was the hunter she was talking about and this guy the same person? He should ask her in person. However, there was a chance that she would kick him out for privacy reasons. He said with a smile that it could wait for now, they should continue working. Her guild had a good image because they found a good hunter. Sometime later, at the VIP market, where there were two guards wearing the same clothes. The girl said that Chairman Kang said he would arrive right after the deal was completed. She apologized for the wait. Kang-woo turned around and thought that he would never have guessed that the corpse was related to Bakwa. He looked around and thought that he was the owner of the VIP market, a businessman who owned a huge amount of money. In the story, the VIP market was created solely to improve the character's stats. Bakwa was nothing more than an NPC. He never thought that it would develop into this. His attention was caught by Yuri's voice, who said that she didn't expect to meet him here. What brought him to Busan? After that, they sat down on a bench together, and she said that she was surprised that she met him here. She looked at him with a displeased look and asked why he didn't answer her. In fact, she was waiting for this. Kang-woo remembered the messages she sent him and wondered with a surprised look, was she waiting for a response to those messages? Yuri took out a flower and said that in any case, she was glad that they met again. She wanted to give it to him. Kang-woo took it and asked, "Isn't this a crazy Salacium?" Yuri happily said that he understood everything correctly. She took out some leaves and said, "Here's another one, Grandpa grew these." Kang-woo was very surprised when he saw this and thought, did he grow Salacium? The only one who can grow this plant, the one he bought it from before, Master K. Could that same master be her grandpa? Yuri said that she was grateful to him, so she wanted to help in some way. For the fact that she can leave ground zero and for the fact that she and Grandpa can finally become a family. All this happened thanks to him. Kang-woo looked at her with a puzzled look and said that he didn't do anything special. Yuri said with a smile that thanks to him she can trust people again. If she hadn't met him, she wouldn't have been able to trust her grandpa and would have run away. It seems that he had a granddaughter about the same age as her. They even have the same names, so for him it was like she had come back. Kang-woo thought that was why she decided to take on the role of his granddaughter. In the story, she had no one to rely on. She dedicated the rest of her life to take revenge on the Purification Guild. However, she had a family member. Apparently he did this unconsciously. He asked what brought her to the market. Yuri said with a smile that she came here to see her grandmother. She wanted to introduce herself to her since they were now one family. Kang-woo was surprised by this and said that she should wait. He wanted to ask about her grandmother, but Yuri anticipated his question and said with a happy smile that she owned this market. Kang-woo was very surprised by this and wondered what was in his mind at that time. Their attention was drawn to a woman who approached them and said that she was grateful that they came here. The woman looked at them with a smile and said that her name was Kang Bakwa. After that, she put her hand on the body of the dead hunter and said that she was grateful that they took the body. Since he has no family, she will take care of the funeral. Kang-woo stood next to her and asked, so he is not a member of her family? Bakhwa said with a smile that he was a dear employee to her. A child who dreamed of becoming a hunter. He was happy when the Purification Guild accepted him into their ranks. It was hard for her to accept it, but she was happy that he became a member of the largest guild in the country. However, why was he alone, and in ground zero at that? Kang-woo looked at her with a serious expression and thought that meant he was in the Purification Guild. Perhaps he was abandoned to hide something. Maybe that was why there was no information about him. He took out a weapon from his inventory and said that he had it on him. Bakhwa was surprised when she saw it, took the dagger from his hands and said with a smile that this was a gift she gave him. She turned to the employee who was standing next to him and asked if she could bring it. The employee gave Kang-woo a dagger that was emitting purple energy and Bakhwa asked if he liked it. He looked at the dagger with a surprised look and thought, how could he not like it? The system windows appeared in front of him, which said that this weapon is Corrupted Faith, Level 2. Increases strength by 350 points, endurance by 150 points, strength against demons by 100 points. Awakening skill allows the owner to absorb some of the characteristics of the destroyed weapon 5 times. Kang-woo thought with a smile that a weapon with such characteristics would be worth more than 500 billion won. He asked if he could really take it. Bakhwa said with a smile that he could consider it as thanks for returning her body. She planned to give this blade to him as a gift after he returned. Minjun would be happy if someone used this weapon in his place. Kang-woo bowed to her and said that he was grateful for that. Yuri walked up to her and said that she must be very sad about what happened. Bakhwa looked at her and asked, her name is Young Yuri, right? The name reminds her of her deceased granddaughter. It was difficult for her and her husband because they constantly thought about her, so they separated. She got over it thanks to Minjun, but it was harder for her husband. She held her hands and said that she felt a little relieved now. She can come here if she wants. Yuri agreed with a happy smile and said that she would be happy to do so. After that, she and Kang-woo went to another floor. She caught his attention by saying in a serious voice that this was the work of the Purification Guild. She hoped that someday they would pay for everything. Kang-woo looked at her with a surprised look and thought that even despite other circumstances, she was still hostile to the Purification Guild. He said that it was time for him to go. Yuri smiled and nodded at him in agreement. He continued walking and thought that Master K might have useful information about mana hypersensitivity. He looked away with a thoughtful look and said that if she didn't mind, he would like to go with her. He turned to Yuri, who blushed because of what he just suggested. She looked at him with a happy look and asked if he really wanted to go with her. At the same time, in an old building located far from the city. So-hee, who survived the incident, gritted her teeth in pain and asked how long she would have to suffer from these injuries. She bandaged her severed arm and said that it was all because of the cursed Hao-in. So-hee recalled her words with an angry look and thought that at first she thought it was nonsense. But considering that the master still hasn't contacted her, it seems like it's true. Because of the strong anger, she started shaking and her fist caught fire, and she said that she couldn't believe it. After all, she did everything in her power for him. She was very surprised because she saw someone in front of her and heard a sound. So he quickly pulled out a knife that was lying next to her with her hand and said loudly that she should get out of here. She threw the knife forward and with an angry face asked loudly, how long will she continue to chase her? Hao-in, next to whom a knife was stuck into the wall, said with a smile that she was too hot-tempered. She created claws from her blood with a mad look said that she wanted to do good to her. She ran very quickly towards her, and with the same crazy look said loudly that since she did not want to, she would have to act differently. At the same time, Yuri got out of the car with Kang-woo and said that they were there. Isn't it amazing that there is such a place in Ground Zero? He looked around and said that it looked like Selachium was grown here. Kang-woo looked away with a smile and thought that his subconscious was so unpredictable. Yuri looked at him and thought that it turns out that he came here to meet his grandfather. I wonder if he had other reasons? Their attention was drawn to a male voice, who said that he had heard a lot about him. Kang-woo turned to him with a very surprised look and thought that this man was Master K. The old man standing in front of him asked if they wanted to go inside. They went inside the luxurious house and sat down on the white sofas. Kang-woo looked at the old man sitting next to him and thought that thanks to Yuri, he was able to meet a person who is not so easy to meet. The master said that first of all, he wanted to thank him. He helped not only his granddaughter, but also his wife. He was talking about their precious Minjun. He saw him not long ago, But now a misfortune has befallen him. Kang-woo was very surprised when he heard this. He asked, so he was here? The master agreed with him and said that he wanted to arrange the supply of medicinal herbs between the guilds. He refused because he was asking for medicines that he usually does not deal with. Kang-woo thought with a serious look that the Purification Guild suddenly contacted him. Could it be that they used him and abandoned him? He asked if he could tell him what kind of medicines they were talking about. The master said with a smile that it would be better if he told him the reason for coming first. Kang-woo said with a serious expression that since he was constantly dealing with medicine, it seemed like his knowledge of medicine was quite deep. He rolled up his sleeve, showed him his hand and asked if he could take a look at it. The master started examining his hand and asked what was bothering him. He was very surprised because of what he showed him and couldn't say anything. At the same time, there was a very strong explosion in the abandoned building and so he jumped out of the window. She landed on the ground and looked at the building in front of her with a very serious expression. She started looking around and wondered where she went. She couldn't just die like that, could she? She felt Hao-in approaching and was about to attack her from behind and turned around abruptly. She started attacking with her claws, laughing loudly and asked if she was really going to fight to the end. This was a real shame. So he blocked her attacks with her energy with a serious expression and jumped to the side. She looked at her with an angry look and said loudly that she will fight as long as she has the strength. She created several fire dragons from her energy and said loudly that she will burn her to ashes. Hao-in looked up with a very surprised look while one of the dragons was flying towards her. The attack hit her, and there was a very large explosion. So he jumped to the side and looked at the battlefield with a very surprised look. Hao-in, who survived the explosion, laughed with a smile and said that she doesn't know if she can handle it. So he looked at her with a serious look and thought that her firepower was reduced due to her injuries. She needs to break through her defense right now. She got into a fighting stance and her body slowly started to become invisible. She disappeared and Hao-in asked, she wondered what she would do this time? Steal the skill again to escape? Does she seriously think she can last long? She turned around and said with a big smile that she could do as she saw fit. Hunting is no fun if the prey is easy to catch. So he had managed to hide in the bushes nearby to rest and was breathing heavily due to fatigue. She gritted her teeth with a dissatisfied look and called Hao-in crazy. She heard a loud sound that caught her attention and she quickly turned around in that direction. At the same time, Master K was looking at Kang-woo's hand and said that it was not easy for him. Probably, the side effect was a sharp decrease in stamina when using a lot of mana. He had studied such reactions to buffs, but this was the first time he encountered something like this. It cannot be cured so easily. Kang-woo stretched his hand and thought that this meant that it would not be so easy to deal with. The side effects of mana hypersensitivity are a limitation that prevents him from surpassing the protagonist. He asked if he could sell him crazy silatium? The master said that of course he could do it. He tries not to sell it because of the high risks of danger, he should only use it in emergency cases. Kang-woo nodded and thanked him for that. Just after their conversation, Yuri came to them, happily putting the food on the table. She sat next to them and said that they should eat. Kang-woo looked at his plate and wondered why she put so much on him. Yuri looked at him with a serious look and waited for him to try what she had prepared. Kang-woo tried the dish and said that it was very tasty. Hearing this, she happily said that it was excellent. The master said that, by the way, it seems like he has some useful information for him. How about going to the dungeon of unlimited mana? Kang-woo looked at him with a surprised look and wondered if that dungeon was accessible. Yuri asked with a happy look, were they going to a new dungeon? If they don't mind, she would. The master called her name, apologized, and said that he didn't think she should do that. The Dungeon of Unlimited Mana is in a club run by a criminal organization under the control of Eclipse. They demand a huge amount of mana as an entrance fee. Yuri sighed with a dissatisfied look and said that she understood him. Kang-woo thought that it was only briefly mentioned in the story, but he never thought that it existed. Moreover, he didn't know that it was under the control of Eclipse. However, he can't pass up such a jackpot. Dungeons with entry restrictions still offer good rewards. The Dungeon of Unlimited Mana is a special dungeon with a limited number of attacks. There will definitely be scammers there. The master stood up from the table and said that in that case, he will go. He needs to check for the presence of the mad silatium. Kang-woo put his fork on the table next to his plate and called over to Yuri, who was sitting next to him. He said that he felt that the Purification Guild might be involved in Minjun's death. She was surprised by what he said and asked with a serious expression, did he really think so? Kang-woo said that her grandfather had the answer to this question. The Purification Guild used Minjun to trade medicinal herbs. They first found him, and then killed him. If she could find out what kind of medicine it was, then maybe they would be able to uncover the exact cause of his death. If she stayed here, then she would definitely have a chance to find out. Yuri thought about his words and looked down silently for a few seconds. Kang-woo said with a serious expression that he didn't want to pressure her, but he needed her help. At the same time, Gwang-in handed over the business card to So-hee, who looked at him with a shocked expression and asked, "Is she a member of the Eclipse Guild?" He looked at her with a smile and said that she should let him invite her to the Purification Guild. After a while, Master K handed over 2 pills and said that these capsules were made from the concentrate of the mad silatium. He should only use this as a last resort, and the consequences would be severe. As a token of gratitude, he would give it to him for free this time. Kang-woo took the pills and thanked him. He turned around and said with a smile that it was time for him to go. He waved at them and told Yuri that they would see each other again. She waved back happily and told him that he should be careful on the way. Master K said that he would check his harvest and go to bed, and she should go since it was already quite late. Yuri agreed with him, left, and yawned because of fatigue. The master looked away, called his brother, who had been standing next to him all this time, using invisibility, and asked what he thought of this guy. The man said that he saw potential in him, but there was still a lot of work. The old man turned to him and said with a smile that he said that about everyone. It's not that easy to judge people, even for a person of the assassin class, right? And even one who had earned the title of Heavenly Curse. The man gritted his teeth out of anger and said that he never wanted such a title for himself. However, this guy is not that simple. His unusual illness, and also the fact that he used his granddaughter to get into this house. A small smile appeared on his face, and he said that if he said something like that to his daughter, he would have killed him. The master said that, however, the fact that he helped his wife and Yuri cannot be undone. They should keep an eye on him. Maybe he can share information about the Purification Guild. The next day, Kang-woo came to the club where there were many people and thought that this was the club that the master told him about. On this floor, it looks like an ordinary club. Hyo-in came to him and asked if he was the one who helped her in Gwangju. She didn't think that he would meet him here. Kang-woo was surprised when he saw her and looked at her with a very worried look. She said that she was a regular customer here, so she could share information. Kang-woo thought that the girl who was chased by the guys from Hyo-in's guild in Gwangju. Judging by the number of her constellations, she is at least level 200. With that level, she didn't need to be afraid of the guys from that guild. He didn't ask her much about it that time, but it seemed like she could help him now. Kang-woo said that in that case, he had a question. Is it true that there is a dungeon in this club? He wondered how deep her knowledge is. This dungeon has never been done before and there isn't much information about it. Hyo-in said with a big smile that this information is correct. She heard that the entrance is in the parking lot, which is under the first floor. There are a lot of guards there to prevent other hunters from getting in. It seems like there is a protective barrier set up there too. Kang-woo thoughtfully thought that the protective barrier was a problem. Hyo-in took out her phone and said with a smile that she never got a chance to thank him. Would he mind writing down his number for her again? It seems like he gave her the wrong one last time. Kang-woo took her hands and said that she could thank him right now. Could she help him get down to the parking lot? Hyo-in happily agreed and said that she seemed like she could help with that. Kang-woo looked at her with a smile and thought that he didn't know what she had in mind, but he couldn't pass up this chance. It seemed like her constellations were worth it. A system window appeared above her head, saying that the Master of Liberation allows you to dispel or overcome obstacles created by mana. Hyo-in took his hand and quietly said that in order to move around the club without obstacles, this is the best way. She is right, isn't she? Kang-woo looked away and said that he was not wrong with his choice. A man in a guild uniform was looking at them and staring at them. Kang-woo looked at him and thought it was weird. Hyo-in grabbed his shoulder and said that they were going in the wrong direction. She looked at his face and told him that he should look at her. They looked at each other with smiles and Kang-woo thought that he would figure it out later. They continued up the stairs and he thought that the main thing now was to get to the parking lot. Hyo-in turned to the security guard who was standing on the stairs. He noticed that she nodded and because of this, a smile appeared on his face. After that, they arrived at the right place and Kang-woo thought that she helped him more than he could have imagined. Hyo-in dispelled the protective barrier with her ability and said that he could pass. She waved at him and said that she wished him luck in this dungeon. Kang-woo nodded his head and thought, what did she think of? Dong-hyun came up to her and said that she did a good job. Hyo-in turned to him and called him master with a happy smile. He flexed his fists with a sly smile and said that they would finally meet Kang-woo. It seems that the protective barrier distracted everyone and he missed the important part. Until now, there was no hunter who had enough mana to pass the dungeon. Moreover, the entrance to this dungeon only leads to the upper floor. Kang-woo at this time approached the door leading to the dungeon, extended his hand and directed his energy. He felt an attack from the side and turned around abruptly with a surprised face. Dong-hyun released a strong stream of energy at him while he was not expecting it. He looked at him with a smile and said that he would have to cheat. Kang-woo looked at him with a surprised look and thought that this was bad because he had not yet gathered the required amount of mana to enter. Maybe he should retreat. Dong-hyun, with a sly smile, ran towards him, clenching his fist to attack and asked if he was too confident. Kang-woo looked at him with a worried look while taking out a pill from his inventory. Dong-hyun released a very powerful wave of energy and said loudly that he should try to block this attack too. Kang-woo ate the pill and thought that he can't give up now. Immediately after that, a strong energy engulfed him and he began to direct his mana into the dungeon door, while the magical energy was quickly approaching him. The system notified that the amount of mana exceeded the required amount and the dungeon was open. At the last moment, he managed to enter inside and Dong-hyun's magical attack hit the wall. He looked at the place with a serious expression as the dust cleared. He got very angry when he saw that he was missing and called him a freak. Kang-woo, who found himself in the dungeon, sat down on the ground, grabbed his hand and said that he barely got here. His attention was drawn to the creatures that were crawling towards him. Kang-woo continued to sit in place and looked at the many slimes that were crawling towards him with angry faces. Hyo-in went down to the entrance of the dungeon and asked with a surprised look, what happened here? She looked at the destroyed floor of this room and Dong-hyun, who was standing in place. She approached him and asked what they should do now. They didn't think he would go into the dungeon. He said that she should bring him mana potions. Hyo-in looked at him with a worried expression and asked how many potions they should bring. Dong-hyun turned to her with a very angry expression and said that she should bring everything they have. At the same time, Kang-woo controls a dagger with his ability and uses the freeze skill to attack. He calmly stabbed with this dagger and defeated several slimes. The Ice Witch constellation, stolen after killing Gubin, is a constellation that specializes in enhancing ice attack skills. If he has more hidden skills, he can easily catch all the slimes that are immune to physical attacks. Kang-woo looked ahead with a smile and said that there was no one left except him. The boss of the mid-level Slime King looked at him with an evil look and looked very angry. This monster released a large number of slimes from its body and roared loudly with an evil look. Kang-woo ran forward very quickly and bounced off the small slimes with his skill. He directed ice energy into his dagger and pierced the Slime King and broke part of his body into pieces. Kang-woo walked up to the body of the boss who began to disappear and took the crystal that was lying on the ground. The system notified that he received an obsidian stone. He looked away with a smile and said that this boss is only mid-level, but he dropped a stone. The reward is much better than he thought. The system notified that he stole the skill Cutie. To use this skill, you need to shout Cutie and it summons a medium-sized slime that can block the enemy's physical attacks for 30 seconds. Kang-woo looked at this system window with a smile and said that it seemed that he would be able to put the stolen skill to good use. However, the fact that he would have to shout out the name of this skill. After that, he walked further and saw a valley that was dotted with glowing flowers. Kang-woo remembered the past when he asked if he could find out anything in this dungeon for him. The master handed him a list and said that if he did get there, he could look for these plants there. Kang-woo took the list and began to read out loud, mandrake, wild ginseng root. These are all rare herbs after all. The master said with a smile that a couple of years ago, overseas hunters discovered another dungeon of infinite mana. They were able to get in because the dungeon did not require such a huge amount of mana. And among them was a botanist. He heard that he discovered plants growing inside the dungeon. Kang-woo continued to look at the list and asked, "Does he mean that all these plants can be found there?" The master said that it seemed that due to the unique environment in this dungeon, rare plants can grow. If he came across a plant called Violante, he would definitely collect it for him. He could not be sure that the dungeon he entered would have the right environment for the plants, but he asked for it just in case. Kang-woo looked at the list and thought that he had no reason to refuse him. He said that he could put it on it. Kang-woo pulled out one of the plants and said that the master's guess was correct. He had not even hoped to find it here. He put it in his inventory, and said that it seemed that his supplies were replenishing, but he still had to find the remaining plants. Kang-woo looked to the side and noticed that 2 fires were lit in the rock. He looked at it with a worried look and thought that it must be a monster that was protecting these plants. The stone turtle stood up on its paws and opened its mouth wide, and Kang-woo took the dagger and stared at it. Many other stone turtles with different plants growing on their backs began to rise from the ground. Kang-woo looked around and thought that each of these monsters had medicinal herbs growing on them. He swung his dagger with a sly smile and said that he was grateful to them for saving him from having to look for it. At the same time, Master K, sitting in his house with a cup of tea in his hand, said that, to be honest, he himself would not mind getting into this dungeon. There were a lot of rare medicinal plants growing there that could cure him. Heavenly Curse put the cup on the table and said that no medicine or medicinal herb would cure him. He knows his body better than anyone else. Besides, given the condition of entering this dungeon, even that guy with his unusual injury would hardly be able to get in there. The master said that giving up now wasn't the best decision after all. Sky Curse said with a dissatisfied look that he should stop, and it would be better if he minded his own business. The master said that the reason he sent that guy to the dungeon wasn't just for his health. Sky Curse looked at him and asked, "Is it about that medicinal plant called Violante?" The master said that the Purification Guild wanted to make a deal with him for it. Yuri was surprised by what he just said and thought about the Purification Guild with an angry face. At the same time, Kang-woo dealt with many stone turtles and looked at the list that was given to him earlier. He crosses out what he found and said that he had collected almost everything that was on the list, and there was still some left. Maybe when he clears the entire dungeon, he will be able to find it. Kang-woo noticed a huge rock flying towards him, bounced to the side, and it crashed into the wall next to him. He looked at it with a worried expression and thought that he didn't have a second of peace. That monster stood up, turned to him, and said that he had dodged his attack well. Kang-woo looked at that huge monster, and the system announced that it was the main boss, the Lord of Life Forces. He looked at the back of that turtle with a surprised expression and said that all the plants grew there. The Lord said that not only had he invaded his domain, but he had also encroached on his food. He would not let that person escape. Kang-woo used the Soul Seal skill to take his dagger lying next to the boss, and said that this was great because he would be able to save time. At the same time, Heaven's Curse asked, didn't he refuse the Purification Guild? There was no point in looking for that plant. The master threw up his hands and said that of course he wasn't going to do business with them. He didn't even know if it grew in that dungeon. But if this guy can bring the plant, then they can find out why the Purification Guild was planning to get it. At the same time, the Lord of Life released several vines towards him and said that he would nourish his soil with them. Kang-woo used the speed skill, quickly ran towards him and dodged all the attacks of the monster. He swung his dagger and with a sly smile was about to attack the surprised dungeon boss. He looked at the Lord with a smile and said that, however, first he must taste his weapon.